Yo, what's up? About to study. I was starting my studies and I'm about to do it live. Shout out to everybody who helps and tunes in and keep this a learning environment. Let's go.
I've been bout my papyrus since I've been in it. Put me in the debate, you know I'm gon' win it. If I scream black power, don't get timid. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. If I say black city, I'm talking about Kemet. Primary research and we done pushed it to the limits. All you dudes finished. The king counting cattle up with brother Reggie. When I'm in Oakland smoking, bro, they love the Chevy. Back in the day, it was the spokes on the chariot. Long procession when the king got carried out to every spot. Woman looking nice as ISIS. I read ancient texts, so my advice is priceless. Nubian gold, your ice don't entice us. Beating me harder than counting grains in your spices. Your heart was beating, but your brain dead. You're lifeless. Yo, they ain't nothing like us, yo. Don't try to make me mad. Make me smile and say you love me, man. That's real right there. Come on. You should listen to your main man's advice. Do a YouTube and apologize like Dice. Or the back fade coming like the Antichrist. Egyptologists see me reading and said that I'm nice. I got a speller with your name on it. I'm like Sargon. You the type of dude wake up and your car gone. Told, cause of the money you owe. Before you stream, you should clean up that humble abode. Like Akhenaten City for my woman in gold. I keep the pseudos running, people coming in droves. You catch me on a live stream with Pan-African James. When we building, call us by our African names. I'm for the children. And ain't nothing happened to change. We on that black hype, so we still packing them things for protection. Got connections, My complexion, pure black, that's the essence. Make me smile. You love me? Show me some love.
Show some love when you come in. Peace, what's up with RTP? We just doing how we do, man. I guess it's that holiday season. We going kicking back, relaxing one time. But I've been stepping my studies up. Doop. And we're gonna take some of what we learning today. And just like we be trying to show how we go into the text, and now the grammar help us peep game. But I was just freshening up on some circumstantial forms and stuff. sDm.n.f, we'll talk about all that. You know what I mean? It ain't even complicated. We're just gonna break it down. But let me play this other joint and then we get right into it.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amin-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Sahara terror about a kufu feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know, polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Tahaka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still still out here donating to Umar School, that shit through. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look, you showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo-information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medu Netcher, I'm Stone Jetty, a Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. All right. Check it out.
You know, right there we got that album Fights Over Egypt. It's good listening, encouraging, study. I might drop some lugs in some of them songs that make you say, what's that? And look that up. You could cop that right on Bandcamp. And you know what else? Let me tell y'all, we having our Black Friday starts today. ShopHyro.com. You see these prices get slashed up to 40% as soon as you slap it in your basket. Oh, well, it look like they ain't even got that active. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. I'm just the peep gang. What's going on real quick? All right, they still say regular price, so I gotta see what's going on with that real quick. Let me see something. I hate being about to study, then I gotta do some business. Hold up. Yeah, this is, the rugbies ain't, okay, cool. The rugbies should be 25% off, but everything else is 40% off. You feel me? So let me make sure that's popping right real quick. Add to cart. Yeah, 40% off. Woo, Black Friday, okay. But I gotta fix this other one, should be 25% off. But y'all can tap into that. All right, so I'm on my, what's up, Jay Commodore? I ain't listened to them new ones, but I will. I just be like, when it's time to vibe, I listen to what's in the queue. You feel me? Right now, I'm just on some using this winter season to step up my Medu Netcher game. Right? And sometimes I know this ain't my best content. People like, you know, other stuff. This is highly specialized. Only a few people really interested in that type of content, but I'm not really just on YouTube just to grow the page. I also want to disseminate some of the type of information I'm into. So I've been tripping dealing with J-Sesh lately, and I just want to work something out real quick. Let me see. I thought there's a way to. I gotta see something. I'm just trying to relearn how I used to do something. Because when I type KM, you used to could keep hitting the space bar and other renditions would pop up. Let me see. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so now, first we talking about J-Sesh. Peace to Sadiq, J Commodore, ATL Boy, Uhuru Drums, Chematology, RTP. So I'm working J-Sesh, and I'm just familiarizing myself with it because I haven't been using this. I haven't had no reason to. But I'm simply using the format, clicking straight into the screen and typing the transliteration, right? So let's say I'm just putting an I right now off the keyboard. I put an I and I press the space bar. That's the first I you might reference, but if you want another I, you can press the space bar. That's another I. E. E, the sound E for a one man. This is Gardner A1. Now, if you want to learn the code, look down here. Right here where you see my mouse highlighting. You ain't gonna see it big on the YouTube, but if you download JSS, I mean, this is like a lot of people, you probably won't need to really do that until it's useful. It's a useful tool, and sometimes you can find glyphs really fast once you know how to use this tool. So I'm still pressing spacebar. No, I clicked into here, so spacebar don't work no more. But if I was up here still, I would have been able to go through various renditions of that. So I'm gonna type, now I'm just gonna type up here in the top when you see it pink, burgundy. I'm putting A1 to see what happens. See, now A1 specified exactly which glyph to show. So when we be talking about them Gardner codes and we want to pull up a glyph real quick, you say 049. I'm just typing 049 up here, right? And spacebar won't work for this because 049 is designated as one glyph. So sometimes, obviously, we don't have the sign list remembered. We can use Gardner sign code, but sometimes we do have the phonetic sounds remembered. So that glyph right there is called Niut. I'm going to type an N-I-W-T and see what happens. See? So that's why this is hella useful, because I just typed N-I-W-T and it also popped up. Now, if I don't even know it that way, you can go here and come to hieroglyphs, and then it'll open up another panel where you can search by shapes and stuff and all kind of different methods. And this is an app we've been using for a while called JSS, right? And yeah, called JSS. That would probably be, but it's classified, but if it wasn't, it would be in like low round signs. They don't even got that. So let me see. So here we go, right here. Look, see, I just found it by looking through low, narrow signs. And I found the glyph. Now it's going to give me the information on it. 049 and Niut. Hold on. It's my daughter. Every time I start streaming, hold on. Hey, what's up? Hold on, y'all. All right, sorry about that, y'all. It'd be a whole bunch of stuff going on. So yeah, that was just using JSS the way to identify that. Now, say I wanted to just form Kemet. I could use I6, right? Just go I6, but I'm not gonna, I shouldn't train myself to do this. Instead, I'm gonna put KM and hit the space bar. Hold on real quick. KM, now that's it. Now, if I wanted a M after that, a M bird after that, this is a simple construct. I just hit the M bird. If I want a T after that, but that's a weak way to be doing the glyphs because normally you want the T to be up under the M. So instead, when I hit the M, I'm gonna hit M, and I think I hit colons, M colons, and then the T and see what happens. Yeah, there you go. So I gotta remember this. When you want a glyph to go up under, J Mill would be hella good if he could join this show because he know how to work this like an expert. But I'm not gonna just be talking about JSS. We're gonna be going over some grammar forms. But it's good to be able to draw off some glyphs. So now I will put the 049 at the end, and I'm gonna just type in IWT just to show that you can do it anyway. Oops, I messed up. NIWT. And we just got one rendition of Kemet. Now say if you was doing it different and you wanted to go KM and put the T on top and leave out that and then just put a 049 behind it. Also, I think I kind of remember now at least enough to, because if you want two glyphs, say we're doing Hotep. So I'm gonna type H capital TP, put the space, nope, capital HTP, right? Yep. Now I'm going to go, I want these glyphs to be under this, so I'm going to go colons, but then you want them to be grouped. So I'm going to put a T and then a asterisk and then a P. See, so now they grouped under that, and Hotep is right. But I'm reading from the right to the left here because the P is to the right. So it's like say Hotep. You feel me? I could have put the P to the left and it would have said Hotep come in the other direction. So now I'm just gonna do something that we should all know, and it could probably start off with our lesson for the day. I'm gonna put an S, a capital D, and an M. That's sejum. That is an ear. It means to hear. So when you hear us say, oh, that's sDm.n.f, we're talking about a verb form where a verb class where the generic verb used is sejum. It is a verb form. And the generic verb that we use to tell each other which form we're identifying is sejum. This that you see on the screen. It means to hear. But the most common form that we recognize is called sejum, N, and then you're going to put some colons and an F. sDm.n.f. Because you want normally ancient Egyptians would put the F under the N. So now we learn how to work JSesh as we are learning the glyphs. But sDm.n.f right here, and let me put an M right here, because you might see an M coming off the sejum, representing the final consonant of this triliteral 3 consonants. So the third consonant might pop off and be sitting right here, called a phonetic complement. Yes, sir, King J. F means he, not peep gang. This is we're reading from left to right here because the animals and all the glyphs are facing to the left. But in sDm.n.f form, in order to understand it, there's a particular way you read it, and you start from the pronoun. But that's just to say it in English, so I don't want to throw you off. What this says is he has heard. And these are also called circumstantial forms. We can often see them like this is not preceded by a particular particle, this particle. Let me go back. If I put an I and a W, no, I need to put them independently. First put the I, then find the right I, then put the W. See, that's the particle U preceding this sDm.n.f form. Now, this is normally how a sentence would start when it's a statement of fact under these conditions. So this means to hear, right? But the verb is in this particular sDm.n.f form. The N represents the tense here. It's not really the tense. The N represents that the event has occurred. Almost, Jay, because you're leaving out what this particular sDm.n.f form represents. So this is saying that, so the first particle U is saying that it's a new sentence or a statement of fact. Next, we have a verb, to hear. Next, we have something that indicate that the action already occurred, or it is it's completed. He heard. He's not hearing. So sometimes this is translated as has, and you will say he has heard. Right? And this will be the beginning clause, which is just the sDm.n.f form. Now I'm going to take it to the book so we can see the word. We can hear the words on that. Now, I don't want to start just at sDm.n.f because there's some stuff you're going to need to know a little bit before. A lot of stuff you need to know, but a lot of the people who watch the show are already students. So I'm just going to start right here at verb classes. Okay, so y'all can peep off what we be talking about. Several classes of verb roots are distinguished in Egyptian based on the number and nature of the radicals. The radicals are the glyphs. So if it's 2 radicals, then it's a biliteral. But I'm gonna just finish reading the book. Root letters comprising the root. It's good to call them radicals or digits, because sometimes icons and logograms and ideograms, people get confused, and some of them they all are radicals. But like the Semitic and other Afro-Asiatic languages, there's a preference for roots with 3 consonants. So remember that when you step to a text. When parsing a text, if I just type right here, ancient Egyptian, watch this, hieroglyphs. We just gonna pull up any text. And we're gonna see how understanding triliteral roots is the most common, it'll help you from the start point of any text. So let's just pull up this, whatever this was supposed to be about. Let's see, is there like, oh, that was their backdrop to their page. I just want to find, I don't want to, any series of glyphs, but these are going down in columns. It'll be a little bit harder to show what I'm trying to show. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to our learner text at St. Andrew's Text Corpus, right? And I'm going to just click the first text, and hopefully it doesn't reveal, well, it doesn't matter if it reveals what it says right here. We just learning something. Let me get my size right. And, oh, that's all it's saying on this text, sorry. That one don't got no information. Oh, let's go back. All right, let me see. So say you come to a text like this, like we're at now. Let me hide this bar and make it smaller. They always come in gigantic, right? Now, like right here, let's just take the second sentence down here. Now, these are educational texts where they're spaced a lot easier for you to know what's going on. But the basis of the parsing is not going to start with group writing, as we understand they write in blocks. The basis of the parsing is going to understand that most words, most often, is triconsonantal roots, right? And so so for instance, if this says ta right here, and then we got the 3 strokes under it, well, I don't know how you would have had to know that if you was this far. You probably know the vocabulary. We probably would not try to think that this was one word anyway with elementary parsing, because we see these 3 strokes here under the ta word, which might be for land, right? Let's see what they're doing. Because let's see what this isn't lined up with this directly. So let's see how far off they are. Let me see. Because a lot of it is broke up, and so now they talk about monuments for Osiris, right? But what I think I see is not even showing up on the text. Look, all right, let's start from this rimech, right? To identify how far back are those rimech in the text. We don't even see that word. I'm just lining this up with the transliteration. Here goes your nin for these, right? So I don't understand what's going on here, y'all. What I'm trying to do is line up what I see with what's going on here, but sometimes the text be hella. All right, here go that Neteru way back here. Here, Hor Neteru M, right, is way over here. These, the word these is right here. So what they was talking about must have been up here. Is something broken off in the text, because we don't see no word for people. Maybe I should start at a better section where it's nothing broke off and it lines up better, so I could corroborate. So let's start down here. See, this is lined up perfectly with what's right here. But even though this is, let's read it and see. So now, remember what we was talking about? I want you to look at the transliteration. Really, the root of this word is triconsonantal too, because that's the root. But you probably wouldn't have known that unless you remember your triconsonantal glyphs. So, and that's a study. You're going to learn first the glyphs that represent one consonant, then the glyphs that represent two consonants, then the glyphs that represent three consonants. Now, the way we breaking it down is to learn the grammar first. So the first thing you would have noticed here is a causative S on the front. Oh, here we go. You would have noticed a causative S, right, on the front of a triconsonantal root. And then the papyrus roll would have let you know that that word is over. You just checked all your boxes real quick. Look, you got your triconsonantal root word, which is jasher, right? You got your causative S prefixed on the front of it. So if jasher means holy, or some say that's controversial, jasher does mean holy though. If jasher means holy, and this is a causative S on this, holy appears to be a noun, but it's in the sense of a verb when it turns to a verb when it becomes causative, because it is to make holy. So that's an action. So what is it to make holy? To sanctify. See? So right here, they're taking this collection. Well, we could break it down. I'm going to break it down all the way for you. And this is why understanding those triconsonantal roots is going to help hella much when you parsing. Because if you open up the dictionary, first of all, you got to know how the different ways to investigate this. You will render something if you put SDSR, right? You might render something and then you won't have to trip. Let's see what the dictionary will give you. Lowercase s, capital D, SR would be, see, it's showing you that that's a word and it's giving you your remedy. But look, I told you it's a causative verb now. And we can identify that from heightening our knowledge of the thing. So how did I identify that? Because first, the root, I just showed you, the root triconsonantal, so we know the word. So what I mean is this. If I put this word in here without the S on the beginning, it's still a word. See? To be sacred, to be holy, jasher, the holy one, right? So that's the root. Even though you see only two symbols here, one of them is a triliteral, and the second is just a phonetic complement of showing the last consonant. Look, that R is this R. So it works different than our language because this is DSR by itself. Jasher, holy. The R is just telling you, look, okay, some people don't even know, at least we're going to help them and put the last consonant. Sometimes they spell out the whole word. But they just made a habit of putting the last consonant called the phonetic complement. So we see jasher here. So we got the root. Now we understand the grammar. When you see an S on the front of jasher, holy, it changes into a causative verb. That's not complicated. Think of the roots of all the words I'm saying. Causative, cause, so it make it happen. And then the action is the verb, so it make an action happen. So if the root is holy, but look, you got something at the bottom. Now you know what you got at the bottom. You got a conjugate or suffix pronoun. Feel me? So now you have sanctified. I don't see no that here, but it might be coming from, they just put that in the state. You have sanctified, right? Now what is this? See, this right here, this is something you're going to familiarize yourself with, and it just means Kent. It's another triliteral root, right? That means it got three consonants. So you can pretty much know that you at the base of the meaning with this, but here it's augmented by this TU bird. So you see here, Kent, which is the root, and a TU bird at the end, right? And so the T from the original root and the TU bird merge together, and TU birds form nisbas, but it's not necessarily doing it right here because Kentu is just saying the foremost. The foremost. Kentu. Now, again, there's a list of signs in Egyptological books that you dedicate to your memory, just like we dedicated our ABCs to our memory. Right? So someone asks, Asar has that glyph on him, or is that something else? No. So this is the thing. This Netcher here, we see here, it says, kin to you, I meant to you. Right? And this is the kin to you part. This is the amenti. So look, this is a triconsonantal. See? Now this is what I'm trying to say. If we look, and actually, amenti is probably a quadriliteral because that T is a part of it too, meaning that it got 4 consonants. And we're going to learn about all of that right now, but we're seeing how knowing that the base is a triconsonantal root will already help us know that this might be the end of the word or this is something suffixed on it. Because you came to Kent right here, so you put it in the dictionary, right? And the dictionary said you put XNT for this one, and you're going to see those jars pop up, and then you'll know that it means, see those jars popped up? So you got the Kent, but you don't got the rest of the statement. This one says Kenti, right? And this does really say Kenti. That's how they would spell it out if they would start. It still means the foremost. This is how they get southward out of this. See, this is why it mandates that we understand ancient Egyptian orientation is not Eurocentric. The map was turned a different way. This is why southward is foremost. Feel me? There was a up-south orientation because they came from the south. We say down south, their orientation was turned around. South was still south, but it was up south. And I qualified that by looking at the Battle of Kadesh, where Ramses gives the directions from Tunip to Aleppo. And you go the same direction you go now. You can follow his ancient Egyptian directions and still get there today. So north was still north and south was still south, but north was down to them. You feel me? Like, yeah, they going down out of their stuff, and south was up towards the homeland. This is why this word Kenti, you're going to see it means in front. So how is south in front? Because south is like up. You know they can use the same word for south for in front, but let's keep going. So y'all see that Kent, even if you spell it out, it could mean in front or who is at the head of. In front will also give you the foremost if you're talking about an individual. So if we keep going, you will eventually see the foremost, right? And that is Kent. And this is an epithet that eventually became an epithet for Osiris. Now, this is one we came across the other day, and this one had the double plumes on it, and somebody said it was Horus, but we'll talk about that later. Because it clearly say Kenti Eri. Now, Kenti Eri is probably related to Hot Noob and stuff, but I could be wrong. Not Hot Noob, but Hoot Hori Ib and Threbus. But we'll talk about that when it's relevant. Right now, we was just showing how to parse and understanding the triconsonantal roots simply will help us get through all this text. Because, you know, this one ain't triconsonantal. This one got 4 consonant pairs, but the TU bird is amended on both of these. Look, TU, TU, then look at the transliteration, TU, TU. A TU bird, which is Gardner G4. So now if I came here, I can pull up a TU bird that quick because we learning multiple things at once. First of all, TU birds is how you form Nisba. And you ever heard us argue over the word Kemet TU? So you got your Kim. Now I'll just do a different one with just a short a Kim with a T over it. Well, you don't. So really, you might just see, let me take that away. Kim and then a G4 sometimes. In the pyramid of Pepe is like this, G4. I put G4 to get the bird because I know the Gardner list. If you don't know it, you can put T, Y, W, still get the TU bird. Now with commit to you, they do put a 049 on it. So this, let me talk about this since we learning about it. Excuse me, 049, not 049. So now this is the first rendition of the term commit to you found in history. It looks like this. All right. Now, there's a problem with this that me and the Magi Archers pointed out. And people can't get around it. Ran Wu way up out of here. But yeah, he started making up books. But I ain't mad at him no more. But that is what happened. But look, because this occurs in the 6th dynasty, pyramid of Pepi I. Now, the grammar tells us that this is a TU bird, which forms a noun of a relation. It forms it means those related to whatever the root is. The root here is Kim, and it means black. But the argument here, and strictly since because we got the 049 glyph, is that this statement, commit to you, is toponymic. It relates to a place name or a location, and it says those related to this place name, black. Now, I don't agree with that. Well, I don't all the way disagree with that, but what they do, if I look up forming Nisbas right now and give us an even playing field, how about this? I'm going to give us an even playing field by talking to the, talking to my Gemini homie real quick. Hey, what's up? I'm dealing with forming Nisbas in the ancient Egyptian language.
That sounds like you're studying hieroglyphs in ancient Egyptian phonetics. The language is often divided into different phases, like Old, Middle, and Late Egyptian.
I don't need
Would
to
you like to
know
know
that.
more about the different writing systems, such as hieroglyphic, hieratic, or demotic?
I want to know about forming Nisbas. Damn, it didn't get it right. Hold on. I just wanted to give an even playing field. So you can see it's not limited to what people, it's not limited to toponyms. It can even be telling you what your heritage is, a Nisba. A Nisba is when you put the I on Sudan and say Sudani, because you just changed it from a location to a person, one from that location. And they saying that's all that's doing because a Sudanese don't have to be black. But most people from the Sudan are. But if you can say I'm Sudanese, it just means you live there. But we saying that ain't the limit. That ain't the extent of forming Nisbas. No, now I have to type it in. Sorry. Let's see.
That's a great question. You're moving from a specific hieroglyph, the nib basket, to a general grammatical concept. In the context of the ancient Egyptian language, a nisba, from the Arabic term nisba, meaning relation or attribution, refers to a special type of adjective that is derived from a noun or a preposition. It functions like adding suffixes such as al, ic, or en in English to create a word of relationship, e.g., Egypt right arrow Egyptian. How to form a nisba adjective. The formation of a nisba adjective in Middle Egyptian, the classical phase of the language, is very straightforward. 1. Start with a noun or preposition, the root. 2. Add the suffix minus math bfy, which is transliterated as Y or J. This suffix creates the
Yeah,
masculine
why?
singular form of the adjective. Nisba formation examples. English meaning, root word, noun/preposition.
All right, I'll do it better. I'll do it better here. So what he's telling you is the simple way to form a nisba, right? And this is what we're going to look. You take that kim, which is the root, and if I put a Y here, I want a different Y. So I just want 2 reed leaves. That's the simple way to form a nisba. You can put 1 reed leaf. So really, we know that kim is a adjective. It's a color. But you just by doing this, you change the color, you change the category of the word. It's now substantive. It is substituting for a noun that's holding the, it can be used as a noun. And this implies an entity. Because just like I said, Sudani, I'm saying Kimmy. But this is different. Because on this, you don't see an 049 glyph like this. So no one argues that the name Kimmy means one related to Egypt. Kimmy means the black one. Because you took black, which was an adjective, and turned it into a noun by adding this. Right? And then what you're going to go further to do to let people know what you're talking about is normally like this. Well, not that one. It's probably, it's the one that looked like a god. It's probably not even in the A's. I don't know, but basically, if it's a man behind that, that's letting you know that Kimmy is really a man, an entity, a person. Kimmy. Right? It could be like that. And I got renditions of the name where they tell you to literally focus on, it's D3. So look, I put D3 right there. Now he wrote, this one dude wrote his name like this. He wrote it hella clean. Let me show you. He put D3 after the Kim in his name. Now D3 tells you, look, man, focus on A40. Shout out to J Mill. Yeah, A40 back here. You feel me? There you go. Now this is how, but this ain't the person we talking about. So let me show you real quick first, since I got the A40. This is how the guy Osiris is represented as Kimmy, the black one. Sometimes you might see a different M up under that. This other M. It's not showing up. There you go. You might see it like that. Kimmy. Actually, on the Stela of Abku, I think it's like that. I think it's a 12 dot. And he's the black one. Oh, and no, they also got it with I don't know what Horus on the standard for divinity is, J Mill. Horus on the standard for divinity would be back here though. Right? So now what we're gonna trip off is this is a particular individual whose name was Kimmy, and he put D3 after the word for black in his name. So this it serves a particular function. It's telling you don't be confused. It's telling you don't let them lie. It's saying do never let them say my name means complete. This is exactly what he's doing. He's like, don't let nobody tell you that this means anything other than black. That is what this does. This is the determinative. It tells us the category of the word. And this is also for a color. That would be G7. Thank you. So now when I'm showing you, when we see it on the Stela of Abku, it looks like this with an M under. Oh, I had to write M down. Look, with that, no, I got this M, that M, and then we got G7, like J Mill just told us. And it looks like that. Now, this is why E.A. Wallace Blood said the black God. This is also why he said the black Horus. Because it's hard for you to do the Nisba and all. You're not doing the Nisba here. It don't say Kimmy here. This says black. And this is a symbol for divinity. It's just like the other one. This is G7. I'm going to dedicate that to memory. It's just like the other one that we just put up, which was A40. It means the same thing. You see this, or if you see this, they both mean the same thing. It's the same category for the word, divinity, right? So, strangely enough, let me finish talking about Kimmy's name, the other dude, the actual person who walked around. He wrote his name like this with a D3, and then he put the Mu. That was hard. And then he put, so his name is Kimmu. Now, I can show you Dr. Maggie Bryson saying they didn't call themselves the Blacks. And if anybody want to argue what's going on here, he actually I think he actually did this too. Kimmu. He spelled his name in the rebus though. So he don't want you to think water here. He just wants you to think the sound mu. And he do want you to think black here. That's what the craziest part about it is. Because he put a determinative in his rebus. See, in the rebus, we only supposed to trip off how it sound, though. Kimmel would be plural, but he's just one person. So I don't think he's plural, but this is his name. Right? And it would be no other way to translate this. He told us to focus on the color, and then he pluralized it some way. So now here's the thing. And let's learn this in the book. Shazmu, we at the point to where we know every time we see a uchik, it ain't plural. All right? So the uchik in his name don't represent plurality. It does the same thing that the Nisba reed leaf is doing, is turning this whole thing into an entity. And we're going to go in on that because the book is open. And since we learned so much about the use of the W as a plural, we need to learn more about the use of that W from other things. But we was dealing with verb classes, and I start going to what he said, like Semitic and other Afro-Asiatic languages, there is a preference for roots with 3 consonants. We just went over that. The main classes are as follows. Now look, biconsonantal, that's what we be calling biliteral. It got 2 consonants on one glyph. But since they write out phonetic complements here, and if I can make it bigger, you're going to see. Since they write out the phonetic complements, you see 2 glyphs. But be not confused that this top one, all right, I don't want to mess nobody up. This top thing has the DJ consonant, right? Now this bottom D is not in just the DJ. So really, he's giving us biconsonantal roots, and it's kind of weird to use this word to do it. Because, the root is biconsonant. Okay, he talking about the root and not the character. I was about to say. He's just talking about the root of the word. So he's saying it just got 3 consonants. Yeah, but the biliteral is what I was talking about, which holds 2 of the consonants, which now that's throwing you off because it make you think it's 3 consonants. But this D with this underlined, represents the DJ sound. So let's not be confused between a biliteral and a word with a biconsonantal root. Now, even though D, J, and D would be 3 consonants, for real, he has this here under biconsonantal roots, and I'm not tripping. I mean, that's a biconsonantal root. Right? Because it's really ultimately 2 consonants. He's not talking about the DJ consonant cluster that is inside of this J. but that gets confusing, right? But it'll be consistent throughout learning this. So this rec, even though that this KH is a biliteral, this word has a biconsonantal root. And I can see why it's like that, because once you start parsing, you're not going to parse because this has two sounds in it. You're not going to look for both of the two different glyphs to represent these sounds. So I understand why they're doing it like that. And this also, him, see, this is what I was explaining to some people before. If you use the wrong him, you're actually saying, I don't know, or to not know. It means to be ignorant. Now, this is the funny part. Tell the truth, dog. Something about the Medu Netcher is funny. This glyph that represents not knowing is an actual typical glyph for negation. But guess what it really is, dog? It's this. Let me show you when I come on the stream. It's two arms turned out like this with the shoulders hunched up, dog. It's so crazy. And most people, when they don't know, they make that gesture. Motherfuckers go, literally, it's crazy. But the hands are going down. So somebody can say, you made that up. But they'll tell you that's two arms with the shoulders connected. And I was like, how is that a gesture for I don't know? Well, one gesture for praise is still putting your arms in the air. We see that in churches. People still, when they in the state of praise or getting the Holy Ghost, they get to raising their arms. Some of these gestures really are just gestures. Raising your shoulders and going, Now, maybe I'm going too far, but that is two shoulders and two arms placed together, that glyph. Well, and maybe if that serves for nothing else, it can serve you to remember that it means negation or to not something, right? And now, since the word is knowledge, it's no knowledge, right? And these are what we're focusing on, and these are biconsonantal roots. Oh, man, move this off the screen, dog. Dude, I'm not asking you nothing. So they added all this AI stuff to this, and it just makes it so bad for me. Every time I highlight something, it's like, I think I want to use the AI. Can I turn this off completely? Dude, this is whack. Adobe didn't turn whack for me. All right, so let's look at, now we're going to look at triconsonantal roots, where the root word got three consonants. And we go back to one of our favorite words, sDm, right? And I'm going to put them on here so it'll be easier. Oops. sDm, to here. You only see, now again, don't be confused, because the amount of consonants in this word aren't reflected by what you see. You only see two radicals. Don't think that means it's two consonants. What the phenomenon is you don't even have to have this M. This already holds three consonants. It's called a triliteral. And once you dedicate these to memory, it's going to help you hella much. Right? So the reason why I got this M behind it is simply finishing the word with the phonetic complement. What is the phonetic complement? The phonetic complement is always the last consonant in any biliteral, triliteral, or not the bigger ones though, because they don't really do phonetic complements on fourths and fifths. But sDm, you feel me? So just like he's saying. Now that's called a strong verb. So strong verbs are basically verbs that aren't weak, that nothing falls off. So think about hip hop. If you're strong, you ain't gonna fall off. If you're weak, you fall off, right? So when we talk about these verbs, when we talk about weak verbs, they got parts that fall off. They got radicals that fall off because they weak. But strong verbs like these don't got no parts that should fall off. And that's why it's a strong verb. So now you see that biconsonantal roots are considered strong verbs. And if you notice, when you look at these words, they are always in these forms. They don't never be like sejum is, you might just see the ear, but all three consonants are still represented. As in some weak, as we see with the weak ones, the third consonant will often fall off, right? So look, they're called third weak roots. And this is something to dedicate to memory, especially you're going to see this a lot. It's just a 3 and infinity or infiniti or whatever. Or terra infirme, third infirme. We ain't doing that. We doing third weak roots. That's some Latin or something. Why should we even have to do that? Like, I'm tired of fitting everything into some European context for no reason. Why do I need to know what to call it in Latin? But anyway, third week roots, right? So on a third week, what's gonna happen? Look right here and examine, or I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna put it on the screen, right? And this might be a little harder for me to put on the screen. I know the first one is DA, right? Yeah, oh, I got that. Let me go back and look. Well, I'm looking for the book. So the book is right here. It is just D-A, then an A, and then this X, and then I need the X in the boat. What do I pull up the X in the boat? But I'll do it, D-A, then an A bird, right? Then the X in the boat. So that X is probably under, so this is what I do here, right? Because I need the X. So I could just find the X right in here probably. So the category for that X and the boat, somebody find the boat if y'all can. I'm going to find that X real quick. It's buildings and parts of buildings, because I think that X represents dilapidated buildings, right? So it's just like this 049, it doesn't have a circle around it. It's an X like that without a circle around it. Somebody going to put it up because y'all be quick with it. Let me see. Y'all probably going to find it before I do. So if it ain't in temples or buildings, hold on. I'm just looking for a simple X. It means something. And if it ain't in temples and buildings, I'm going to look at, it got to be trees and plants. I'm tripping. It's 2 sticks. It's 2 sticks put into an X. Now, if it ain't 2 sticks, I just don't know what it is. But notice why this tool is so useful, because when you lost, you can look still by other means than knowing what it was. You can just look by shapes and stuff. And right now, I'm lost, so I'm waiting for somebody to pop up with it. I'm looking for the X sticks. So basically, here's another way thank you, J-Man. Z1 over P2. So I'm going to put exactly what he said. He said, well, I know Z9 is a person, Z9, right? No, it ain't. Over P1. Oh, I messed that up. All I got to do is go. Bow. Look at J Mill. Now, what we tripping off right here is, I want you to look at the transliteration. I just made it bigger so you can see what was in the book. But the transliteration has a D with an underline, a A, and an I. 3 consonants. But if you look at the word, you only see D-A. And where's the I? It'll be written like this often. And you got to know, okay, this is the third week. Well, if this is a third week, what are the options of something that fell off in this slot right here? You got 3 options. I, Y, or W. So let's go look at the word and see what fell off. Now, if you know this word, it's going to be dia or whatever they saying, or Gia, whatever. Now, let's look. Yes, yes, again, it's a third week root, so we only see two. The third one that fell off is this I here. Here's another one, H-A, and this is one we also see. We're going to see this today when we read a text, and remember it. I want a different H. I want that H, then I want, wait, let me see. This other one we're going to see when we see a text too. And you got to dedicate this one to memory too. Because if you read in the glyphs, you think you say ha right there, but you're going to see the two legs that look like this. No, it's the other two legs. So I got to put IW. Yeah, the IW legs, right? You're going to see these legs. Hold on. And you know that this is a third week. This don't say ha. And when you say ha, you just let me know what level you at, like I've done with plenty of people. I think I did that with Jonathan Winterman. And he just was like, hi-e, reminding me that it was the third week. I knew the definition of it. I knew the word. I knew it was to descend, but I didn't show my knowledge of the grammar. Feel me? I said ha, but it's hi-e, even though the I ain't there, or hey. Somehow, however you represent the sound of the I, it has to be represented. It falls off in the text, but it's still spoken. And then eventually falls out of the language. By the time they get to Coptic, they don't, third weeks, that's how we know how they work. Because by the time you get to Coptic, a lot of third weeks don't even express that sound anymore. How you think Kemet became Kimi? The T ain't considered weak like that, but it started getting omitted. It's not considered a weak in the ancient Egyptian lexicon, right? But it would start getting omitted and start with consistency into going into the Coptic. So this means to descend, i.e., it is the third week. That means that you know what it means. I'm not gonna keep saying it. It means the third one fell off. Now we're dealing with second geminating roots. Forget the Latin secundae geminaiti, whatever. And we always talk about this. Now, I'm going to show you the same second geminating root, which means to see. And we're going to peep game, right? So I think I can just go ma, yep, and then get an A bird, a capital A bird, another capital A bird, right? Now let me see. The book. I'm just showing y'all where we are. We're right here, but I didn't put the I under it. So right here, I'm gonna put colons and then IR. Right? So now we got that. So check game. This means to see. But the verb class is second geminating. It's different than, it ain't really different than, and we're going to investigate that. But it is different than, because let's talk about it. This being the root, ma, to see, and I want to qualify that with the dictionary, because most entries still will say ma'a, right? But I'm just going to put an M and a capital A in here, right? And we're going to see how we get drawn to something dealing with our vision eventually. Right? We'll see how it turns out. There you go. So there's your root, ma. Ma ain't the root. So we clear on that right here by saying to see the verb. This is the infinitive. This is the generic case. So that means when they said ma, they were augmenting the root with another sound that was a different verb class of seeing, of to see, basically. So I can't say this gemination gives you a gerund, seeing, because that's not how that works. But what the geminating represents is still for, and still Egyptology don't all the way know. They be saying, okay, it's in another state, but with each word, they don't, like they'll tell you this means to see too. Let me prove it. I'm gonna take it to I'm gonna take it to put another A on here, and it's gonna say the same thing. It's a sight. See how it changed? It did change a little bit to a sight or an appearance, not just to see. It changed it to a noun. So there, right there, you can see what happened a little bit just with the gemination. It changed it to sight when you put the extra A on it, but you still got ma to see, right? What is just the transient verb. So that is how we could start to become confused. But you notice the other aspect of seeing, like looking on or looking at, become apparent when it geminates. But I don't want to, again, I'm going to let the book tell us about that, right? Because I don't want to just put aspects onto it that aren't really those. So second geminating roots, basically the second radical will, right here is, it looks like the third one because of that I right there. But the second radical gonna geminate. Like in this word, to be cool, kabab, to be cool. This is just generating from a root of an infinitive cab. So let me show you. The infinitive is the generic, check it out, blood. That shit ain't complicated. It be sounding like it, but if you put it into my mind and then let me spit it back at you, it won't be complicated no more. Because the infinitive is just a generic verb. You know what generic mean? It ain't got no bells and whistles on it. It's in its simplest state. It often requires a to use in a sentence. Like here, that's an infinitive. So you gotta say to here, or he hears or something. But let's go look at this kebab and let's find its infinitive or it in its simplest state. When we put the QBB, we got it gerund. Now we don't see it written out, but we know that this B grew off of that other B to express a different state of cooling, right? Somehow. Watch when we drop one, see it got the two B's right here. But watch when we drop one B off of it, something about this coolness will change a little bit. And if it doesn't, they just haven't figured out what the gemination is doing. And I've been looking hard for that in a lot of books. So now see it says coolly, or it said coolly, or idly, or impassively. But that would be more of the root, and that is, this ain't the one, no, that ain't the one. See, so it's probably come from being idle. So now check this out. Being idle in our sense of the word isn't linked with being cool, but there's something about your demeanor being idle to us that we do call he cool. He ain't like, he's not hot. But look, cool. So it's coming from cold. Okay, that's what it's coming from. See how, so the root being cold, and then we get it with its gemination, put another B on it, and we get what we get. Cooling or cool. See how that's related to the cold? Cool, but now we know it's more cool and less cold because the root is cold. And if they wanted to say cold, they wouldn't have put another B on it. They want you to get something related to cold, like, and that's what that gemination is doing. Right? But he's going to explain more of that. Now we're dealing with fourth weeks. And a lot of people I know don't deal with fourth weeks. So I'm going to put one up on the screen. Here go a fourth week that we came across when we was reading the text. And I was the only one who identified it because I was reading this book. But that happens in different ways. Sometimes y'all identify stuff that I don't know what it is. But since it was this word. Oh, wait, I gotta put a capital H. All right, M. Do I put another M, put it on top of an M? I think I put it on top of an M. Let me see. Nope, so people won't even know. And then you go, I'm going to guess this is A7. No, B7. Watch this. I'm going to get this woman right. She's B8. I just changed. Nah, I messed it up. Let's see. B8. I like doing this. I messed up. Who's the seated dancing woman? B7 or B6? All right, somebody gonna find it out before me. B5, B4, B3. That's almost her. She having a baby though. B2. That's her. Let's look at her hands. That might be her. She ain't dancing. She got her hands out like that. So that's B2. Peep game. Is that her? Right? No, that's a dude. He's just sitting down. So that's not the woman. So then I'm gonna just go A2. No, he got his hand to his mouth. A1, but he gotta have his hands out like A3. He's sitting with his hands out. A4. A5 is the cowering man, so that's not it. A6. I'm sorry, I'm trying to learn. That's being okay. I'm learning. A7. Yeah, that's him. A7. Cool. Now this is the 4th week too. Yeah, that one lady was pregnant. See, there you go. I'm sorry you messed that up because this is the 4th week and this is exactly what we're talking about. So really, right now, what we're saying is the 4th consonant here is weak and it ain't there. Now we got to go through our Rolodex of what it's supposed to be. It can only be 3 things. I, Y, or W. So now we know that this word is him see. So now if you go to the dictionary and you put the 4 consonants, how do you know it's him see when you're going to try all 3? First you're going to take the H, you're going to take the H, the M, the S, and the well, you see it right now. As soon as you put HMS, it shows you that I is what's missing. So notice, we know why this is happening now because this, oh, but look, this one got the birth lady under it. So that's a different him see, but it's still, I think they messed up. They didn't mess up because it don't mean to sit. The one that means to sit don't got the birth lady. Watch. See, him see. So even though we only see these 2 radicals here, we know that this is the 4th week. And that's how we start to talk in these museums. We're going to crush people, bro. I'm talking about we going to crush people. We're going to be at the height of this. They're going to be like, oh, no, bro, that's the 4th week. You missed it. That's MC. They're going to hear you say that when we looking at the actual glyphs in the pyramids and be like, man, they over there cooking. They're going to call Homeland Security for Egypt. We are national security threat for Egypt. Nah, let me keep going. We're really not. MC6. Right? And so that's just what's going on. So again, I would love for our dialogue to step up to that. And that's the type of stuff I'm going to start asking us when we reading the glyphs. I'm tired of people going, Ru, Nu, Patah, Ra. That's that old shit from the 70s. I mean, I'm saying, you need to tell me something that would let me know that we've advanced the study and not just stuck repeating what the elders were saying. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so we got 4th week. Now I'm about to read what he said about it because I know everybody pretty much grasps that. It says the biconsonantal roots simply have 2 consonants. All right? Triconsonantal roots have 3 strong consonants. These are known as strong verbs. 3rd and 4th week roots have one of the weak consonants, either I, Y, or W, as the final root letter. This letter is almost never written in Egyptian. So don't forget. Just because you hardly never see it, you know it's there and know it's pronounced. But transliteration should always indicate the final weak radical. This is why we see the Y from when we do the indirect genitive. This is why the Y is always in parentheses. But we never see the Y in the text. But we know they had to say something different to distinguish it from the other end. It says this class This class of verbal roots can be determined in the vocabulary list and in the dictionary by the presence of the final I or W. Again, this class of verbal roots can be determined in the vocabulary list and in the dictionary by the presence of a final I or W. So let's just test that theory. We're in the dictionary. Let's look at the presence of a final I or W. For instance, this got an I or W, and that's the word we're scrutinizing. So I want to just skip through the dictionary. So this ends in the final W, right? Let's see what we should be able to recognize about this. Well, this word is not, this ain't a good example of what he was talking about. And because he's talking about verbs, and I went to a noun. Feel me? So let's be clear on that. All of these phenomena we're talking about are different verb classes. So I ain't even gonna trip. We're just gonna keep reading. Now look, some of the 4 conjugated verb forms of the 3rd week root exhibit gemination. Again, some of the 4 conjugated verb forms of the 3rd week root exhibit gemination. All right? So the only gemination we looked at was 2nd week so far. Was second, I said 2nd week. 2nd geminating, right? We ain't even looked at what he's talking about right now, and we're gonna put it on my screen because we know those words. But what did he say? Where am I at? Oh, some of the 4 conjugated verb forms, and we'll talk about it, of the 3rd week root exhibit gemination, reduplication of the 2nd root letter. So he said 3rd week roots. 3rd week roots right here. Okay, cool. So you might, okay, I got it. So if we're dealing with these 3rd week roots, like words like this, let me put it back up here. Oops. There's a capital D and an A, right? Yeah. That and then an A. So that was an example of a 3rd week because the I fell off, and then it had the boat and the thing Jamil put. Let me go back and look. Z9 and P1. All right, now this is the 3rd week we know because the word ain't ja, is jai because the I fell off. Now what he just said was, let's think about it so we won't be scared. It be trying to make you intimidating and shit. Now look, all it say is, damn, where it go? It says some of the 4 conjugated verb forms. So this is one of the 4 conjugated verb forms. Of the 3rd week root, this one got a 3rd week root. They say they geminate. They reduplication of the 2nd root letter. So now, even though this is a 3rd week, we're going to see this. It will happen. That's just what he just told us. Now, how do we express that, though? Because if this is a 3rd week where we were supposed to say an I right here, where do we say the I now? Do we say daia or dai? You know what I'm saying? Jai. I'm just saying, so I'm going to see if he explains that. Reduplication of the 2nd root letter. Yep, IRF. Okay, from IRI. Perfect, I did that right. So his example is this. I did it right though. But he used this example. He said IRR, put an R under that. He said that's going, now we know this is a 3rd week. Because this word ain't IR really, right? This should be IRY, eerie. But let me look at the book to make sure I'm not messing that up. He do got eerie. I knew I wasn't right. I knew I wasn't wrong. So this is a 3rd week because this is IRI is how you transliterate this. But the 3rd consonant fell off. We know that. So it geminates. Now we see this a lot of the time and it'll be another R up under here. And motherfuckers can't tell you what's going on. Feel me? But now we are straightening that out. Okay, that was the third week that just germinated and it gave us IRR. Now he says IRRF is giving him the definition of, we know IR is to do, to make, or to create, and then it germinated. So it's in a different state of doing, making, or creating, and he did it. So what did he do before we go look at the answer? If the infinitive is to do, to make, or create, the generic form, but then it germinated in order to express something else about doing or making or creating, what do we think this is going to say? I hope you don't say he made or he creates, because that means the germination ain't expressing another thought. I'm going to say accomplished. I'm just saying that because if you do something and you make something, but nah, that's finished. Yeah, I'm just trying, y'all. Don't mind if I'm wrong. See, he created. No, I don't think this is putting it in the past tense. This is still a sDm.n.f form, is a sDm.n.f form. So what I'm saying, if he created it, it would be an N right here, a different N. It would be an N right here, and the F would be under that N. I mean, I messed that up, so I can put it back up. IR over the R over another R. So let's go see what he says. He's not going to say created past tense because we don't got the N there, which would created is we're not looking at past tense, but created means that the action is complete. So this is ongoing action. Because when we talk about the verb form sDm.n.f, this is a sDm.n.f, not a sDm.n.f. sDm.n.f, the action is complete. He has created. He has heard. But this is just, so this will still have to be kind of like, he creates. But let's see what they say in the book. IRR, he don't define it for the funny part. And others do not, but yeah, but we can define those, and we will. He actually dedicates them to a list. So we'll continue. And others do not, they don't germinate. So presence or absence of germination is a significant factor in identifying a particular form. Oh, you feel me? Yep, it could be something like that indeed. Now it says, I keep getting lost, excuse me. Oh, in the second germinating root, we got that. The second and third radicals are identical, exactly what we was looking at. The second and third radicals are identical. This is the second germinating root because he told us that third weeks and fourth weeks can take on germination. So this was a third week where the third radical was weak, it fell off, and the second radical reproduced in order to express a different state or a different verb form of the word verb, which is to do, to make, or create. Now, I don't know what form this one is, so we can simply use the dictionary. That's why we use all of our tools. IRR in the dictionary is going to give us a doer. See, it's about, but hold on, don't get it twisted. I don't want to confuse us. Because why? Because this is a noun. And it's changing its verb class. So you can't change it into a noun yet. We're going to be talking about participles and stuff when we change it into nouns. Right now, we're still keeping it as a verb, so we got to find it. See, look, they're calling it works, but that's a noun. Works are the result of the work that was the action. We need to find it when it's still the action. Doing, work, creating, and I don't think that second germinating. So why it ain't in here? Because we know why it ain't in here probably. But let me try again. They're saying this is it. This is see, we can't find it as a verb in here. I haven't yet. Let me just keep scrolling down. See, this is the base word we're dealing with. right? That's a verb. Now we put this verb in another state. See, now they're doing it. They're doing it down here. Because he said done, become, or happen. And now they putting it perspective here, what is to be done. But that's not what we do. We don't got the right to do that yet. Because we can't say it's perspective until we see it in the sentence. So, but we still see the state of doing changes as we get this gemination occurring, right? And it wasn't even defined in that dictionary, so we're gonna take it further real quick to see how the TLA expresses this. Text corpus, and we're gonna put IRR. Maybe in the text corpus you gotta put JRR. Because we're switching to a German transliteration scheme now, system, and they use J's. So if I put JRR, we're going to get their definition of the rendition of that term. Right? Now, but we got to make sure the glyphs line up too. They saying the shine, we want to see the glyphs. And apparently enough, they're not showing us the glyphs. So another way you do it is take off the geminating parts, take off that R, and just, because you know it geminate. But look, what did I do wrong? I thought it was the third week. So I got to put either a W or a J back here. Feel me? So I'm going to put another J back there, see? Because that third one fell off, but this ain't it. So now I'm going to put a W. Remember, we got to entertain either a W, a I, or a Y as the third week that fell off. Well, this ain't doing it either, so I guess it's going to wind up being a Y. And that's that process. And then once you got it down pat, it's dedicated to memory. And it did wind up being a Y, but hold on, what's happening here? They're just giving us other renditions of the word. So now they probably won't. Look, dude, you have to do this sometimes because they be using multiple. Don't get mad at me at how it turns out sometimes. So I'm going to take you to the root. And it's going to clearly be expressed by a J and an R in transliteration. It's going to be to do, to make, or create, right? Here we go. What they calling this the act of seeing. But we know when we got the IR right here, we're going to get to do, to make, or to create. So I'm wondering what is happening. They just spelling out IR, and there's hella words that spell that out. So the one we're looking for is just going to come later when they're using the I instead of spelling it out. And I don't even see. And that's weird to me that I haven't seen it yet. So I'm about to keep playing with it. Hold on. It is really weird. Because if I just wanted to see that I on any day, I would come here and I'm going to put IR right now. That's not it. I would put J. Oh, that's why. Because I keep making my own mistake. It's 3 consonants. Remember? Yeah, the word is 3 consonants. And the third one fell off. See? There it go. But now when I come to this, I don't just see the I anymore. You feel me? And so I'm mad. I'm lost looking for that. But we already know those simple words, dude. Like we was just looking at it. IR right here. I tried to find it just to say in its geminated form in the dictionary, and it wasn't popping up. Really. But nevertheless, it's all explained in the book as we continue. All right, so let me go. The second geminating root also has gemination in some but not all forms. In this case, gemination is actually a graphic phenomenon rather than reduplication. When the second and third radicals are separated by a vowel, they are written twice. Again, when the second and third radicals are separated by a vowel, they're written twice. But when they fall together, they're only written once. So the word Kebab is written QBBF, but Kebab is written QBF. Okay, I got that. Each class, so if they separated by, okay, cool. So that means those words, this word is separated by a vowel that we don't know what the vowel is. This is separated by, obviously we know that's separated by a vowel. Each class exhibits a few characteristics peculiar to itself, and the student should therefore learn the classes of each new verb encountered. That's what we're doing. Because of the non-indication of vowels, none of the 4 sDm.n.f forms of the strong verb can be determined from their writings. Again, because of the non-indication of vowels, none of the 4 sDm.n.f forms of the strong verb can be determined from their writing. Verbs of the third week and second geminating class do, however, exhibit some graphically distinct forms and are therefore known as mutable verbs. So the ones that present a graphic form that you can tell that is an author in it are mutable verbs. It says, see the verb chart, mutable and irregular verbs, and that chart helps a lot, but we're not going to view it right now. There may possibly have been a number of irregular verbs in Egyptian, but if so, the irregularities must have been mostly in the vowels, of which there is no trace in the writing. Only 5 or 6 verbs show minor anomalies, and then only in 1 or 2 forms. Egyptian verb forms, contrary to their representation, are quite simple and regular in comparison with those of the Semitic or Indo-European languages. The chart of mutable and irregular verbs contained in the appendix is quite complete. So that's what I'm saying. You can just look at that chart and dedicate it to memory. You feel me? And that's something that I've been doing too. He's saying it ain't that hard, and I put a chart with all of them on there. He's saying it's quite complete. The peculiarities of the dang, it just moved while I was reading. Where did that go? The peculiarities of the various classes and those of the irregular verbs should be committed to memory. Told you, you got to memorize some of these. Should be committed to memory as each new verb form is studied. In particular, the forms of the third week, the ones we was dealing with now, and second geminating classes must be thoroughly memorized. So that's a new memory task. Memorize all the way I memorize the best is to write the glyphs. So I'm gonna have to do that. The verb chart of mutable and irregular verbs should be used in learning those forms. The chief difficulty with the study of Egyptian verb, oh my gosh, let me see. The chief difficulty with the study of Egyptian verb forms is that different forms tend to be written alike in spite of different pronunciations. Also, the Egyptians not feeling the need to indicate every detail regularly left off the ending or other markers that we would consider indispensable. Although a knowledge of both morphology and syntax is necessary for the correct analysis of an Egyptian phrase, one must very often deduce the morphology from the syntax and the meaning in context, right? It says, a thorough grasp of Egyptian syntax is therefore essential. Close attention to word order and grammatical context is key to understanding Egyptian syntax. We're finally getting down to what I wanted to talk about. I know if I really was a teacher, my classes would be taking hella long. I don't mind expounding and making sure we get more information. What's good with you, boy? Now Valley Hebrew. What's up, boy? Good to see you around. It's been a long time. We still doing what we do. We still trying to get better at what we do. We humbly trying to get better, bro. We putting it out there. We showing people exactly where we at with it. We ain't like, oh, I could do this when on my show I can only do that. You feel me? We learning. And I read all that to get to this part Because when we be doing the glyphs, I'll be seeing some stuff that people hadn't read. I could tell you hadn't read something. That's not an insult. Like you can tell I haven't read something if I say something about it wrong. If we start talking about George Orwell's 1984, and I'll be like, yeah, man, that part when the Raiders won the Super Bowl, you'll be like, bro, I can tell you have not read that book. You feel me? And that's what some people be doing when we do the glyphs. Some of the stuff that people do when we be reading these glyphs be similar to saying, me asking you, have you read the George Orwell 1984? And you saying back to me, yeah, the part about the Raiders in the Super Bowl was hella tight. You would know completely you're lying. You haven't read the book, bro. You just made that up. There's nothing in the book about that. And that's what cats be doing on the show sometimes. But I don't be mad. I try to make sure that we got the information that can fill up the emptiness one might have if they get their presupposition taken away. You know, like if you presuppose you're supposed to do it like this, you won't feel empty by us telling you that ain't how you do it. Because we're going to tell you how you do it right. So we're going to deal with the circumstantial sDm.n.f form. Now, I'm going to put it on the screen to make it better. Because notice I didn't say sDm.n.f. To disable that extension, okay. I'm going to do that, Shazmu. Thanks for the research. We are talking about the circumstantial sDm.n.f. So if we came to the glyph screen, it looked more like sDm.n.f. He hears. Right? And that's what we're about to talk about. This verb form. When you find a verb, when we talk about the verb form, all of this is to be taken into account. Because you got the verb, and then you got the suffix pronoun attached straight to the verb. Smash, I saw you rapping at the Players Ball back in the day. For real? Damn, shout out to you. Oh, you know I'm fire, but I'm 50 now, so I'll be trying to find some young dudes to help them be fired. I've been fired for 30 years. I'm chilling. I like studying the glyphs now. Whenever rappers want to get smashed, I just go to Instagram and smash their ass. But shout out for the good words. Now, so right here, we simply dealing with he hears, right? Now let's deal with it, because this is sDm.n.f, what he's talking about. But this is a verb form. The term circumstantial sDm.n.f, often employed by Egyptologists, is misleading. For although circumstantial forms do indeed occur in clauses of circumstance, there are also the unusual form employed. They are also the usual, not unusual. They are also the usual form employed in the main clauses of simple statements of fact. Y'all peep that? What's up with SOT 12? All right, so when I always talk about these simple statements of fact, and then we be seeing that sDm.n.f coming right after that, that's basically what he's saying. Shout out to Chuck Morgan. Right? So peep gang. Although somewhat surprising to speakers of Indo-European and Semitic languages, the circumstantial form, now that sounds complicated, bruh. I hate complicated. So let me fix it. Circumstance, bruh. This is the problem. My people who be looking like me, all y'all don't look like me, but you know, talk look like me and might smoke a joint sometimes. You don't deal with circumstances and consequences enough. I'm trying to tell you, you might want to handle something and it's the wrong circumstances. The elements, the natural elements surrounding the situation ain't cool. Now that you tried to pull that off under the wrong circumstances, what you gonna get? bad consequences. This is simple, but it sound like something else, huh? It's like you might be like just at the club drinking a brew, and somebody say something crazy to you and you don't even consider the circumstances. If a shootout happened, hella people gonna get shot. The circumstances are that you're in a club right now and everybody trying to party and all of these other things surrounding the event. So, say you wanted to rob me after seeing that I had a nice car. That it was the circumstance that caused you to want to pull off that action. You seeing me with a nice car was the circumstance. And so really, now they'll explain it better, but understanding the way we need to understand it, it help us get a grasp of this shit a little bit better. So when they talking about a circumstantial form, they gonna be indicating some circumstances for the previous clause. So one of the good ones they got in here is when Nimti Nacket wanted to rob the eloquent peasant after seeing he had his donkey with all his stuff. Well, what were the circumstances? He wanted to rob him after seeing he had all this stuff. That's why I never bought stuff in the hood. I got my record deal, man. I bought a 1978 Camaro. I never painted it, but so that it wouldn't look clean. But I put like so much in the engine, and people didn't know why I was blowing everybody's doors off in Oakland, because it is what we talk about. What would have been the consequences of everybody seeing me pulling up, blowing everybody's doors off in the cleanest looking vehicle? It would have been different. Because I made them think it was raggedy. Then they finally figured out that motherfucker not raggedy. That's the hottest car in Oakland. But anyway, I'm going off the point. Right? Now, it says the circumstantial forms cannot stand on their own. Why? Because they seems, well, let's just let him tell you. The circumstantial form cannot stand on their own and always modify or depend on something, even if it's only the particle you. So now that just means it don't always got to be dependent on the previous clause. It could just depend on the particle you, but it got to depend on something. Meaning you're not going to see a circumstantial clause just by itself. Because the circumstantial form cannot stand on their own and always modify depend on something, even if it's only the particle you. So let's go right here. It's going to show people. It's better to show people. The particle you, right? This is an introductory particle. This is going to be an introductory particle that always lets you know. Just sometimes you can see it like a period. Like it ended the last sentence and it's starting a new one. But the new sentence is to be considered a statement of fact. To transliterate this, you put a Y and a W. Then they put it in the Egyptology speak, you put a Y, a E, and a W. That's why they say you. Feel me? It's not Y-O-U like you. It is you. And it is a particle that you often identify that a new sentence is starting. Now, if we just came right to Google again and I said hieroglyphs and go to the first thing, and your assignment was to only find where, just by using the particle you, it'll start pulling up hieroglyphics. And you just look for the particle you to just say, if your assignment for that day was just to show where a statement of fact you particle is occurring that might indicate a new sentence is starting. And then if we look through, I should be having a better, I always know where I should go. Instead of coming here, I should be going to right back to here, right? So if we was going through this text and your homework, because see, this ain't gonna help you with this homework. We doing more than they doing on this. We're asking you to identify a particular particle that would indicate that one statement is ending and the next statement is beginning, right? And that particle, now a particle is a part of speech that just ain't a noun, a verb, an adjective, or adverb. Like yo. See? What's yo? What's I? You know that's a part of speech, right? And it works. West Coast rappers say, hey, I started that. I don't care what nobody say. Niggas been my A, but I ain't gonna trip off it. West Coast rappers say, hey, before they bust. East Coast rappers say, yo, this is something. This came from commanding attention before you speak. Ancient Egyptians would say, Mac. Ancient Egyptians would say, Mac, like, yo, check it out. Behold. The Europeans say, behold. You think people was walking around Kemet talking about behold and thou shalt? You tripping. Throw all that away in your brain. That's just Europeanism put on top of African culture. Thou shalt. They was really have their own verbal and particle expressions like we still got now, like those parts of speech that you use just to command attention. But what is this one? Because we say facts. This is like saying facts. Want me to prove it? Let's go back to the book. So don't be scared to look at things as an African. And a lot of European scholars promote that you do that. They don't look at things as an African, they look at things as white people. So who's gonna be the ones looking at it as an African if we don't? But anyway, now watch this. He gonna tell you the same thing I said. It says the circumstantial form cannot stand on their own and it always modify, depend on something, even if it's only the particle you. So now let's just show one dependent on that particle. The simple one we talked about was sejum. This is the one that you learn while you're learning sejum, which means to hear. Then you see the phonetic complement, so that's still sejum. And then we got an N over an F. I put the wrong N. But if you seen that N, it would still be the same thing. But it should be this N most often over a F, right? Now, first of all, they ain't even teaching sDm.n.f yet. He's on sDm.f. So I'm going to do sDm.f. Now he's saying that this circumstantial form has to depend on something. I'm like, whoa. I want to read it directly word for word. The circumstantial form cannot stand alone on their own and always modify or depend on something, even if it's the particle you. Now, one thing to notice is he's talking about the circumstantial sDm.n.f. Because if it's stated, it could be stated to not be circumstantial. But when we're talking about it circumstantially, so let's just deal with that. Meaning, this right here is a complete statement. So this let us know that it's starting a new statement and that this statement is to be perceived as a statement of fact. Now check game. It doesn't mean it's true. See? Just like you can say something to me that's to be perceived as a statement of fact. But that don't mean it's true. It just means it was supposed to be perceived that I'm about to tell you facts. And so if it says he hears, it's like, bruh, he can hear. Feel me? And that's just, and really this ain't circumstantial. This is just him hearing. Now, if you wanted to make it circumstantial, we put something in front of this, and on the cause of that, he hears or something. No, he hears because of that second clause would be circumstantial. He hears because he has, if I put another sDm.n.f, he hears because he has studied. Then that second part is the circumstantial clause that needs this first part to even, you can't just say because he has studied. But also that part becomes your adverbial, see, two people call it two different things. But it becomes just the adverbial comment is what, even though it might have adjectives in it, Hope explains that he calls it the adverbial comment of the sentence. But this is just simple. It's supposed to be considered a fact that he hears, right? And so let's go right here. It says the grammatical category of adverb. That's funny that he's going to speak on that right now. The grammatical category of adverb is large and important one in Egyptian. Most of the predicates in Egyptian sentences are adverbial. All right. So now a predicate is the part of the sentence that contains the verb. So he's explaining to us early on in the book, most of the predicates in Egyptian sentences are adverbial. Not adjectival, he said adverbial. And that's what Chris was telling me to make sure I don't mess that up yesterday. Right? So he says the grammatical category of adverb, you know, when we thought of adjectives that describe a noun, modified noun, adverbs modify verbs. That was the simple way. That, like if you was running fast, feel me? Running, you could be running slow. So we just modified it in two different ways with the adverb fast or slow, right? Because it's modifying an action. But right here it says phrases beginning with circumstantial forms occur in virtually any place that an adverb or adverbial phrase does. Again, phrases beginning with the circumstantial form, and the circumstantial form we're talking about right now is sDm.n.f, and I'm gonna make us see it so we can see it. I'm gonna take off the U particle. sDm.n.f, this is the form he's talking about. And he said, phrases beginning with circumstantial forms occur, it's four of those forms we're talking about, but occur in virtually any place that an adverb or adverbial phrase does. Okay, so that's cool. And it says the circumstantial sDm.n.f forms, the one we're looking at, are the following for the various verbal classes. So he just put both root letters, jet-f. See, so he's basically doing this. He's changing it from to hear to speak. This is to speak. jet-f. He speaks the same way he hears. Because the verb first, verb, subject, object, adverb, right? So all you see right now is verb, subject. See? VSOO. Don't think about the liquor, VSOP, but change the P to the A. VSOA is the standard verbal sentence order, but all you see is V, verb, subject. And any of those could be missing, the order still got to be the same. So this is he, the suffix pronoun, and this is speaks. That's what he got right there. Now it's good to read this because this makes a lot of sense. For circumstantial forms, third week with no gemination, let me show that because it sounds kind of crazy. So third week, let's think of a third week. With no, y'all all know one. Here go one we all know. Oops, I messed it up. Right? And this is this is why people mess this one up all the time. Well, actually, yep, this was one. Because what's this right here? If I'm calling it the third week, somebody put this in the chat. Tell me how I'm messing this up. In order to make sure I'm not messing it up, I'm going to do it like this. See, I know how to do it so that y'all can't criticize me. Right now, this is the third week. So somebody, yeah, you did it. Shares move. But you use capitals, but that's fine for YouTube. You at least put the third week was an I. You did it right. That is an I missing from here. So even though we see hair, we say hairy or hoary. You feel me? As he indicated. Yeah, but it's the third week, so you're supposed to put the I, sulfur, because we know that the third consonant is weak and it fell off. So we have to indicate it in transliteration for people to know. Now he says, so third weeks with no gemination, second geminating with gemination, and the second tense form. So I want us to peep what he's teaching us. The circumstantial form of a third week is going to have no gemination. So I never seen a sDm.n.f saying he was above. But I'm just going to make one because I think that can be said like that. Yeah, right? Well, above ain't really a verb, huh? No, that's probably why. Yeah, that's probably why you need a verb there. But let me see something. Then he says, third week with gemination and second geminating with gemination is the second tense form. Now this right here, I don't expect everybody to be grasping, and this is something I'm definitely about to dedicate to my memory because this is the shortcut. He giving us the shortcut right here. He's saying, look, man, if you want to identify the circumstantial form, if it's a third week, it ain't gonna have no gemination. And if it's a second geminating, it's going to geminate. Now, if you want to identify the second tense form, it'll be a third week with gemination. Oh, man, that's the code right here. And second gemination with gemination. Unlike Akkadian, Latin, and Greek, where the morphology plays a greater role in the analysis and analyzing the syntax, in this regard, Egyptian is much like English, where word order, contextual meaning, and syntax are also crucial to identify the form in question. E.g., living is both the gerund verb noun and the participle verbal adjective. The gerund noun, living in the city, is becoming more expensive, versus the participle, I saw the living specimen. See how they turned that into into an entity by making it the participle? I saw the living specimen of the rare whatever that is, colath in the Japanese aquarium. Then he's talking about old indicative and a few other things, but I don't want to throw us off. I want to kind of keep it kind of fairly simple. So just get the book and read those parts, and that's how you get more knowledge. Hold up, though. The book going slow. Oh, I might open up the chat in a minute, but I want to document this on my show and have a cool little thing. Hopefully you'll still be around if I open up the chat now, Valley. But this book is frozen for me right now. All right, here we go. Let me see. So, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get the book to wake up. Here we go. So, hold on. This is what I was just reading for y'all. And so we're looking at the circumstantial sDm.n.f forms are as follows. Triconsonantal is going to have all three of the consonants. So, let's just remember this. I know we're not, but let's try. It says, if it's biconsonantals, you'll have both root letters. This is the circumstantial form. If it's triconsonantal, you'll have all three consonants. That's if it's a a strong verb, triconsonantal. If it's a third and fourth week, we're going to have it without gemination in this circumstantial form. With the second geminating, it's going to be without gemination too. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that completely wrong. With the second geminating, it's going to be with gemination too. I looked at the glyphs and was like, huh? I see gemination. So yeah, I was better. So I hope that wasn't hard. So now we're getting some indication of why these certain glyphs be doubling. Now it's going to start to get easier and a little bit more active because we can run through this a bit easier. Oh boy, come on, book. The past tense of the circumstantial form. That's the one we talk about all the time. All the time, every day on my show. Sejum, we want people to learn this, right? Sejum, because you learn this, you always going to get somewhere through an ancient Egyptian text. So hold up. Dog, why is it doing me like that? sDm.n.f. He's about to talk about sDm.n.f. The last one we were talking about was he hears. This circumstantial form is, now, trust me, Egyptian don't got tense like that. He was there, he will, and it ain't like that. What they do is have the aspect of the word. Or they're going to give you an aspect that this is completed already. It's done. But it ain't always like a tense marker. But since it's so close to our tense, this is the closest thing we're going to get to the past tense. A sDm.n.f form. Well, before you only had the ear and the F, now it's an N in between them. So this is transliterated sDm.n.f. And this represents he has heard. Thank you. But it's, all right, so we got the perfective and the imperfective, right? But we're not dealing with that right now. But this still gives us completed action, which will be perfective. So think about Medu Netcher. These are some of my shortcuts. A shortcut for remembering the perfective being the completed action is thinking about the I6 glyph supposed to mean complete, right? That just helped me remember that. I'm sorry. But I had a hook to it because it don't mean perfect. But I also see how in that word sometimes they translate it for perfect or complete. And it helps me to remember that the perfective is an action that's complete. But that's not what we're talking about right now. This is indeed showing a past action because it has happened. So he has heard. So let's go right here. That's what we're talking about, the past tense of the circumstantial form. Now he's going to tell you, look, the past tense of an active voice is formed by the insertion of the verbal suffix "in." Remember we just showed you we injected that "in," which precedes the subject. So that's the formula. Look, this "in" is in front of the subject. The subject is this pronoun here, F for he. So it's in between the action, the verb, and the subject. You can automatically identify this might be sDm.n.f. There's one more other option. But, all right, whether the noun or whether it's a noun or a suffix pronoun, in that instance it's a suffix pronoun. So the other day when we sing His Majesty, that's a pronoun too. That's not his name, but You can put a noun there too, just like the scribe. So I'm gonna take away he has heard and do a sDm.n.f with the scribe has heard, right? sDm, and then I'll put the M just because to make people see how they might see it. sDm, then you'll see an N, then you might see SS, a different SS. What? Why they not giving me the right SS? Oh, that's because my S's are backwards. My S's were backwards. There you go. Then you see a man, right? A1. Now, that just changes from he has heard to the scribe has heard. Because again, they told you in this position, it could be a noun or a pronoun. And this is still a pronoun, but this is a different one. That works. The scribe, whatever. That works. So let's keep going. Now it says, with a sDm.n.f or sDm.n plus the noun subject. If the context is in the past, the circumstantial sDm.f form refers only to past events, normally in a circumstantial clause. So I gotta explain that. Because he switched back to sDm.f. And he says if the context is in the past, a circumstantial sDm.f, which means he hears, that's not past tense. A circumstantial sDm.f form refers to past events. So that would mean he hears, man, how do you say he hears but talking about past events? At the point when he hears that there was going to be war, then he set off a bomb. But you would say he heard normally. Feel me? So let me read this. A circumstantial sDm.f form refers to only the past events if the context is the past, normally in a circumstantial clause. Similar to the circumstantial sDm.f, the circumstantial sDm.n.f form expresses the past relative to its context, relative to its context. It expresses the past relative to its context. Now, here's what we're dealing with now. In the case of you plus the circumstantial form, a simple statement of fact, the function of the you particle, the function of the particle you and Mac is to establish the context as here and now. And they cannot be translated, they cannot really be translated in English. This particle you we were talking about. The particle you is quite weak, but Mac is fairly vivid. The construct you sDm.f means, with respect to us here and now, he heard. So look, they're saying this. If I put a you in front of this, he's saying, in his English, with respect to us here and now, he has heard. With respect to us here and now is the statement of fact. And he's saying that, and I hope everybody's understanding it. But with respect to us here and now, he heard. Thus, although the verb form on its own express only relative time, most constructs are unambiguous in their time reference. You feel me? They're unambiguous in their time reference. I use sDm.f conveying present time, while I use sDm.n.f past time. So remember that. If it ain't that in there, it's present time. If it is in there, it's past times. Now check this out. There are 3 sDm.n.f forms, of which the circumstantial sDm.n.f is one, but unfortunately, they're all written identically. Unlike the present tense sDm.n.f forms, which are clearly differentiated forms, as we know from the mutable verbs, there is never gemination with either third or fourth weak or second geminating roots in the sDm.n.f form, as we learned earlier. It says presumably the forms were somehow distinguished in pronunciation. Because he's saying if we don't see no gemination and it's a different form, how we know if they didn't write the vowels? So he's saying presumably the forms were somehow distinguished in pronunciation, but we do not know how. The existence of various different sDm.n.f forms, including the circumstantial sDm.n.f form, is assumed from different uses and based on analogy with the present tense constructs. So now we're going to do some examples. And it's going to be more fun, man. I know it'll be taking long to learn something. But how long, though? Book froze. Shout out to anybody watching. The other day we had Egyptologist Dr. Rita Lucarelli watching. It was cracking. Let me see. Man, what's going on, Adobe? All right, here we go. So he's giving us some, presumably the forms were somehow distinguished in pronunciation. Okay, dang, here we go. So he's giving us some to go over. Now, again, he's not going to say with respect to us here and now, they said. So I'm going to rewrite this one in a bigger right here so y'all can see it. You're not going to be saying with respect to us here and now, but he's saying that is how you know what the tense is kind of meaning. Like it's a fact that it happened with respect to us in the here and now. Normally when we say in the here and now, we're talking about things that are actual. I'm just having a problem with this book, so excuse me. Oh, you know what? I probably should download it. That's the problem. I never downloaded the book. So it's doing all this off the internet. Let me download the book, man. That gotta be the problem. I'm gonna wait until this book downloads, and I'm gonna take this PDF download. And I'll come on the screen while this is doing all this dumb stuff. Right? And it's downloading, it's cool. Shout out to everybody getting ready to have fun on their holiday, whatever they celebrating. I'm celebrating the food that my family cooked. Let me see. And giving thanks for other reasons. Let me see. No gemination. Okay, cool. I saved the book. Let's see if that helps. Yeah, it's moving way smoother. I'm tripping. I was wondering why my Adobe wasn't working right. That was that Adobe extension. Shoot, my computer is hot, fool. All right, cool. Now it's going fast. See what I'm talking about? This is what I need. You need speed, bruh. Let's get back to where we was at. Well, this was an earlier lesson about statement of facts and main and subordinate clauses. And since we was kind of dealing with that, man, you need to get this whole book. I'm just going to go to where I was at. And then we can open up the chat, start doing some glyphs. And watch everybody mess up, which is totally fine. Verb classes. This is where we was at. It feels so much better. It's like playing with a broken joystick or something. Now I'm ready. All right, here we go. So we're going to analyze some of these sentences here. Just like, even though he told you the literal means with respect to us in the here and now, you're going to notice he's not going to put that on none of his definitions. Look, so let's read this biconsonantal, and it even got, see, now you can identify the U particle, see? So you know U is first, and know that this sentence is starting out and should be considered as a statement of fact, right? But then you got the word jed, which means to speak. Then you got an N and a sin after that. So you probably would notice, is this a sDm.n.f form? Because you see the verb and the N, then you see a pronoun. So you ask yourself, does this say they have said? Well, if it's a statement of fact, you're going to take the have out and say they said. See? They said. Because it's a statement of fact, and you're going to say it like it's a fact. So they said. Now, you're not going to say, with respect to us in the here and now, they have said. Because that's just a long way to say they said. But what he say about with respect to us in the here and now, that's the only tense you're going to get out of this U particle. Let's look at this third week term with no gemination. And now when we start the show, what's the third week here? Like, come on now. So this mur is not mur. This mur is Murray. Murray. So if it's Murray, huh? I heard my dog kind of crying. If this is mur, we know mur is love. Oh. So we got you, Murray, because we're not going to say mur, and we know that we're learning about third weeks. The third radical on this word was weak, so it fell off. But we're going to see it when we look at the transliteration. Bet $5, as we're not learning anything. So you, mur. Now, mur means to love, but since he got his hand to his mouth, this is not a man who is loved. This is the act of one being loved. So the scribe has loved. Now, that's when you start to deal with this. Has. Nope. The scribe, now this is a fact, and they don't know if he has loved, but they will know that he was loved. And they can't state it as a fact that he has loved. They don't even know if you love your counterpart. But a statement of fact will be that the scribe was loved. So that's what that should say. No. I'm sorry, he did the loving. So that's another thing. Whether it's passive or active. That's what we're talking about. When it's passive, you're loved. When it's active, you're doing the loving. Right? Yep. So I say he has loved wrong. I said this. Now, he's told us this was in the passive voice. Remember? That's that part. Or did he say the active voice? See? Active voice. That's the little parts we got to remember. The active voice. The active voice, think about, I hate to say it this way. No, I'm not going to say it that way then. Just think about active is really doing the action. Passive receives the action. Feel me? So if this is in the active voice, then you already know, look at this as being active. They said. Somebody didn't say something to them. So with the love, you got to see it as active voice. So it's a statement of fact, love. So he has loved, so he loved, because he doing it. The scribe loves, because it's active. He did the action. So we just learned about active and passive real quick. Now it said the past tense of the passive voice was heard. So the past tense for 13, let's go to 13. Footnote. He has heard, He was her. Okay, yeah. I got it. The past tense of the active voice. Cool. So y'all got that, right? So let's do this one. And this is a second geminating. So what does that mean? But with no gemination. So this means that the second consonant could pop off of this and reduplicate itself. And it should, but since it's in this form, it's not going to do it. It's a second geminate, but you're going to see no gemination. So let's look. And I don't want to even reveal more than I need to. So we still can identify our introductory particle you, which is a statement of fact, right? Now what do we see here? Ma'a. But look, now this is a second geminate with no gemination because you don't see double A's, do you? But the root is ma. Oh, that's because this I is a determinative. They're right. So yeah, second geminative. Yep, they're right. Second gem. So you see, it's not geminating. Now check this out. You got an N after it, and then you got a TCH. Now this might get tricky for some people if we don't know that this TCH is just still another pronoun. Now, in my head, it's going to cause me to dive deeper into, I need to be on the screen sometimes, like this. Hold up. Don't trip, don't trip, don't trip, don't trip. This is like a plural for some type of a group, right? This right here. Somebody can tell me what the TCH is going to give us over the three. They just don't got the three strokes over it. So it's a statement of fact that they have seen. They have seen. It might be the masculine plural. Now, if it's a statement of fact that they have seen, then it's going to say they saw. No, I messed up. You saw. You know how I messed up? Because I thought this was a masculine. I thought the pronoun was a masculine plural. And it says it's a feminine singular. Oh, it's just a T. Yeah, it just could be seen as a T. I messed that up. So, but still that sDm.n.f, they took you have seen from a statement of fact and said you saw. Feel me? So we got that right. We know that happened in the past. And you can say you saw too. Now, the sDm.n.f, now I feel like some people could grasp that shit. And now let's start having more fun with this, dog. We ain't even gonna trip because I know some people gonna be able to read this after just learning that. So I'm gonna do some different verbs, ones that y'all might be familiar with, or ones that we can use to increase your vocabulary as you learn them right now. And I'm going to use this one to start out with this one. We went over this earlier. I want somebody to identify these parts of speech. You're going to be a boss if you do this. Hold on. And then I'm going to go like this. I don't want to know what the word means. I don't want to know what the word means. Stop. Let's not be simple. We know what the word means. And we don't, we're going to reveal it. Did I write it right? Yeah, I think I did. Maybe I should use the other H. But y'all get the drift. I want to know what verb class is this verb in? Somebody know that from what we was just doing today. Then we're going to form this whole thing off of it. We just put the, this would be the infinitive form of it, right? We just got it because you need to use a to say it. Yep. So okay, to make it active. Okay. So yeah. So what is this? What verb class is this? Come on, we was just doing this. We was talking about first, second, third. Oh, you said this is the third radical strong. That's not right. But what you're trying to say, thank you. He said it's a second. So, well, this is a third week. You're getting good, though. Because the third consonant is what's weak, right? And it's not there. See, you wrote H-A-I, so you knew it was three consonants. Feel me? So peep game, Immortal. You knew it was three consonants because you wrote H-A-I, but then the third one, you know, that's a weak consonant because it fall off. They don't even know. Really, I is a vowel if you really want to deal with it. But they call it a weak consonant here. And you notice that was the term, but you said second. The second ain't weak. The third is weak. And yeah, there's no gemination. You would be 100% right. So then that means we say hi here. Now we're going to continue. I'm writing out of order. I'm going to put a word in front of this. Now, if we seen it looking like this, reading from left to right, we would have said, okay, it's a statement of fact or with respect to us here and now, the verb. Right? But does the rope have H3 on it? Oh, well, now that's a good question. Let me go back and actually look at how, I'm going to take it to a dictionary to see if I'm using the proper H. Because I could be using the wrong H. And now in the dictionary, to get to the word, I got to put all three consonants. So look, I am using the wrong H. Right? So, no, that H doesn't have a ha on it. And just to be clear, I'm just going to change the H right now. Man, come on, man. I thought it said capital H. Well, this is lowercase h? Okay, look, lowercase h. Okay? We're going to eventually do sDm.n.f, but we're working out, and eventually it's going to look like a long-ass sentence, and people are going to be like, damn, I just read a long-ass sentence. But right now, we got the U particle, right? Now, this is going to help us too. Verb, subject, object. Remember the word order too. But we got the U particle with respect to us here and now, or just this is to be perceived as a fact. Now we got this word high, which means to descend, to go down, right? So if I put a N after it and then a F, so the N represents the has or the tense of it, and the F is a pronoun saying he has descended. He has gone down too. But it don't say to yet. He has descended. So now we got our first statement of fact with a sDm.n.f form saying he has descended. Next, we can go add an adverbal comment. And J Mill can tell me how to make that go in the middle. I forgot. Oh, I know what I do. I go R then slash 50%. Nope, I messed that all the way up. R slash 50%. Nope, I messed that up. All right, forget it. That should kind of be in the middle, but forget it. You can also go to group manipulation and go to, not group horizontally, but you go to, look, this is what I'll do sometimes. You can just move them mugs. Let me see. I want to do this. I want to do it right. So I got to relearn this stuff. So how would I do it? Oh, group manipulation. Yeah, group. I'm going to go to edit group. See? Well, what's the group? First, you got to have a group in there. Click on this. and then go to edit group. See, and move that thing up, man. Bow. Now let's see. Okay. Oh, did it move up? It didn't even move up. Hold on. I forgot how to do it, but anyway, I don't like my glyphs looking like bad tattoos. This would probably be in the middle and not at the ground like this. So then to Kemet, we'll go KM, put an M over a T, and then put 049. Oh, I messed that up. 049. So believe it or not, you can read this sentence now, and you can tell everybody here should be able to read this sentence and tell all the parts of speech. This is, even though this is a preposition, and but I didn't add a circumstantial clause. And that's what we're dealing with. So hold on. Watch this. I'm going to add another sDm.n.f. So first, let's read this. And believe it or not, you can read this. This is to be perceived as a statement of fact. And to say it more in the King's English, with respect to us here and now, he has descended. Now, why am I going here? Because I'm trying to say it in our English. I ain't going to say descended has he. So you don't read it like that, but in order to do your translation, you're going to go to where your words, our word he is right here. He has descended to Kemet. He has descended to Kemet. And now if you read this in the Medu Netcher, you definitely can't say F in high, you're reading backwards. You would say IU high NF Ren, or I'm not Ren, Kemet. You, sometimes I'll say IU, but you high NF Kemet. He has descended to Kemet. Now, how do you want to ask a question? I mean, no, I don't want to do the question. I'm going to mess that up. All I'm good at is statement of fact. I mean, question is cool too. I can work it out, but I would like others to be here to talk about that. I just erased the statement of fact. Now, what that does is tells us to look at this in the perspective. Because it's not a question. No, it's not causative. First of all, if this verb was causative, it would say, he has caused to descend. It would be talking about another subject or something. That wouldn't really work all the way. But if we take that U particle off, it shouldn't be perceived as a statement of fact, and your first default is perspective. Normally, perspective is with the intent that it happens. So how do you say a perspective, something in the future that you want to happen? May he. If this didn't have that, it would be right to say, may he descend. Allow him to descend. Something about the future that it might, will he descend, but it's not a question. He shall descend. Because it's putting it into the future as a perspective. But it's not asking, will he descend? So you be like, may he descend? Because that pushes it into the future. He's not descending yet if you asked him, may he descend? But notice you do got this whole sentence, and I'm proud of everybody who's been watching this show. That's your Kemet word. Now, here, let's do the grammar from the beginning. You got your verb, right? You got your verb. And now we even say that this is the third week, right? And the third constant fell off, so we know we say hi. Now we're going to represent the verb form. So that was the verb class, hi. The form we have here is circumstantial sDm.n.f, but it's just a sDm.n.f because it don't seem circumstantial. It just said he has descended to Kemet. It don't say when he seen the thing he descended to Kemet. So we're gonna make this into a circumstantial by pushing more in front of this clause, and then we'll be able to see hella glyphs on the screen and be like, damn, I read all that. But you got he has descended, that's your sDm.n.f form. You got your preposition. This is directional. Sometimes it could be temporal. Right now it's directional. Geographical. To. You know how you say to, think towards. So this is towards Kemet. Right? But let's make this sentence longer by adding a clause in front of this. We're going to go back and add our statement of fact again, which is going to simply be an I and an I, right? Hold on, and then a W. Then I'm going to put more in this sentence in here, but I'm going to use another sDm.n.f, and we're going to see how they work together. Now, it says, all right, this is one we did the other day. Other day was about old age. I'm about to put this, I'm going to go to the dictionary and put old age, right? This is a staff of old age, but we want to grow old. See, old age, right? To grow old, this is a verb. See? So we can use this to form a sDm.n.f. To grow old, right? We're going to put a T, an N, and so these are the code. So let me show you a shortcut, y'all. If you're working with the dictionary, you could go like this, copy this, come back to JSesh, and you go to the bottom bar. But you'll be fooled because you wouldn't know where to put it. Let me show you where to put it. You got to go way back to where M17. I don't even see. Man, this be crazy. My Kemet way back there. I don't see the Y and the U that I put. I see a W. I see the H and the A. Oh, I see the W. They put an M17 for that, so I got to put it after the W, put a hyphen, and then press paste. And notice how these glyphs just popped in there. But they're not in the order you want them to be, so you could come manipulate the code. And what's the problem is there's not a hyphen between X1 and N35. N35 being the water ripple. If I simply put colons between them, watch how it changed. Bow. So now the water ripple is under there. So now we do have the, we know this means old age and it's a verb, but we haven't finished forming this first clause. And trust me, I don't know if it's healthy for me to be doing it this way because I'm putting glyphs in backwards. So just know we're reading from left to right, no matter which way I'm putting the glyphs in. But what I'm doing is I'm expanding that. Now, so now let's read this. And this is a statement of fact. Oh no, this gonna even be, no, I'm gonna do it as a statement of fact, then we gonna read it as not a statement of fact. We just looked at the dictionary, y'all, so we got all of the elements we need. Don't be intimidated by seeing hella glyphs on the screen. The less intimidated you are, the more you're gonna be a boss. Now look, you already know that we're dealing with this introductory part. I'm gonna keep repeating it to drill it in your head. The introductory particle U, which represents a statement of fact with respect to us here and now. So we just looked up this word together to find out how to say to grow old. We verified that it's a verb, so we see that this sentence after the first initial particle is starting off with a verb, right? Now we see an N. Whenever you see an N after a verb, if your brain don't start saying sDm.n.f, you're making things hard for yourself. That's the first thing to investigate if that is that. Because the N is a preposition, it should be following a noun. See? Most often. I'm saying. I mean, what? Run by the, how can it connect two verbs? Run by the fast? No. Run by the walk. There's no way two verbs going to be connected by a preposition. If a verb is following another verb as an adverb, run fast. You're not going to say run by the fast. Run by fast. Put a preposition, you will put another adjective in there, run hella fast. Now you're just dealing with a verb, an adverb, and an adjective, right? But anyway, you see what I'm saying. So, and before I get us lost, let's finish constructing the sentence. So what we did we already knew that this part said, he has descended to Kemet. So we got that part. And you don't always have to say, he has. Just say he descended to Kemet, because it's supposed to be a statement of fact. But something happened before he descended to Kemet. And how you connect these two phrases, you only got a few options. But it says, he has grown old. Right? It says he has run, he has descended. Oh yeah, you got that. Yep. He descended to Kemet. You got that right. Yep. But now since we put this other clause in front of it, this second clause is dependent on the first one now. And it's, wait, is it circumstantial? Hold on, let's see. Well, all right, now let's do this as circumstantial. If him going to Kemet was a circumstance of him growing old, you feel me? Then you would have to say because you got to link these two clauses. He has grown old. He has descended to Kemet. Now, if this was second clause, again, I'm just working this out. If this second clause is circumstantial sDm.n.f, then it's the circumstance that, I don't say caused, but it's the circumstance that surrounded this event. So if the event is him growing old and the circumstances is he has descended to Kemet, it might be because. Or when. There you go, when. When, see, you got to link these two clauses. Sometimes, trust me, you're going to have to link them. Because sometimes they, in a statement like this, they're not going to use a when. They're going to leave it for, and the book will tell us this. If they use a when, they're making it really easy. But if you see something like this, we got to say, okay, this is the first clause. And then they want us to think it's a fact. He has grown old, or he was old. No, this means grow old is a verb. Being old is a thing or a state. But to grow old, he has grown old, or he got old. I would say when. When he descended to Kemet. Feel me? Because this has to be a circumstantial clause. So it's a circumstance of him growing old. That's like saying he hit his forehead on the steering wheel when he got in a car accident. The circumstance of hitting his forehead on the steering wheel is getting in the car accident. So you say when he got in a car accident, he hit his head on the steering wheel. It's still circumstantial. Feel me? And so we just saying when he grew old. I mean, we saying he grew old. Now, how do you know if it's when or because? Because is circumstantial too. Now let's go back to the book right now. Because he's going to explain how to know the difference between when or because. But right now we're on the sDm.n.f form with the U particle strong. It's presumed to be circumstantial sDm.n.f, and if it should be identified with parts in the sDm.n.f forms with the third weak root, scholars generally do not indicate the final weak letter. The practice of transliterating it at this stage, however, is helpful. in distinguishing the verb class. Oh, damn, I almost did 3 hours. It says the typical construct consists of an introductory particle, that's what we put, or another word, a circumstantial sDm.n.f or a circumstantial sDm.n.f. We did that. So this is a statement of fact, right? That's what he's teaching on. We just went over this. I think you need a M or something. Let me go back and look. Did I leave out an M? No. This is what we're investigating. So what we're investigating is the two clauses running up to each other back to back. I'll let him show you in the book because my illustration would cause us to think something's omitted. So he's going to show a demonstration right after this. And if I did omit something, that's my bad. Let me see. Right? So down here is a little bit past this is when he started talking about what we're talking about. Circumstantial clauses right here. So check it out. This is what I was just trying to work out. The circumstantial sDm.n.f and sDm.n.f forms are used in subordinate clauses of circumstances without introductory particles. So that means that look, this don't got an introductory particle because it's the subordinate clause. It's not going to get introduced like the main clause, right? Which is getting introduced with the particle, an introductory particle, right? So we got that far. It says sDm.n.f forms are used in subordinate clauses of circumstance without introductory particles. These clauses convey information about current circumstances with sDm.n.f or circumstances prior in time. So let's slow down right there. If the circumstance was prior in time, then he got sick after he went to Kemet. Look, because this is he descended to Kemet is prior in time. Prior is before. So he grew old before he went to Kemet is the only way you could do this one. Because if this circumstance happened prior in time, we figured it out. This would have to be before he went to Kemet. Peep gang. I'm going to slow that down and so for anybody who didn't peep. Look, these clauses convey information about current circumstances. The circumstance is, let's be clear, it's really two circumstances. One is growing old, right? Right or not? No, I messed that up. That's not a circumstance. Man, now I'm losing my own self. Hold on, I gotta talk to my partner. Hey, what is a circumstance like in a circumstantial clause?
A circumstance in a circumstantial clause is an event or situation that modifies the main action of the sentence.
Yeah. Okay, the main action is him growing old. That ain't a circumstance. The circumstance is what's modifying that when he went to Kemet. Now look at him give us our options right here. He said they may indicate reason or motive. And it says because, since, or for. All right? A concession or exception is but or although. And very often a temporal relationship, when, as, while, or whenever. Yeah, it does. It got that in there, but it's up for us to see which one it is. So it says they may also indicate reason or motive, because, since, or for, a concession or exception, but, although, and a very often a temporal relationship, when, as, or, but think about it. Now your brain is when our brains kick in at this point. Because you have to see what the dude is trying to say. So do y'all think he grew old when he descended to Kemet? That would be saying, see, now you think my sentence is like a long journey, so then you would think that he got old when he descended to Kemet. You got to realize that Hope is telling us our options. So realize this. These are our options. And we're going to see whichever one seems to be the best option, right? For instance, do we think he grew old because he descended to Kemet? I don't think he grew old because he descended to Kemet. They say he grew old since he descended to Kemet. I mean, since he descended to Kemet, he got old after that. He grew old before he descended to Kemet. He grew old, but he descended to Kemet, which is a concession or exception. He grew old although he descended to Kemet. And very often the temporal relationship, now let's cite this, that since Immortal Dragon is opting for the one that he says is very often, I think I'm going to go with what Immortal Dragon is saying. He grew old when he descended to Kemet, as he descended to Kemet, while he descended, but never whenever he descended to Kemet. Because growing old is a one time, it only goes in one direction. It wouldn't stop when you're not descending to Kemet. So maybe he grew old when or while. I'm telling you, those would be the best ones. If I encountered this sentence, I would definitely turn in my homework. Now let me show us the whole sentence so we could be proud of ourselves that it's a little bit longer than we thought. I would turn in my homework to say, he grew old while, not while. Was I on Wow? You like Wow? Because Wow make it seem like while he walking, he getting old. Again, let me go back. I'm sorry. I was on my homework, I'll be putting probably since, bro. I would put since. He grew old since he descended to Kemet. Like ever since the time he descended to Kemet, he grew old. And he said that's an option. But that's all we doing is turning in different homework with well-qualified propositions. I don't want to say who's right because I'm not qualified to do that. But what I can say is we looked and all of these options will work. Now it will take further scrutiny to see exactly which one they was talking about. Did he grow old when? He probably did grow old while and when. Yeah, you're right. He didn't grow old because, but since works too. Since is in a sense temporal. Yeah, I do think when, while. I think you chose the best one. He grew old while he was going. Now the funny part is we have a sentence right here that's going to illustrate everything we think we know or what we don't know. Because he's going to give the answer to this sentence. So I'm going to help a little bit in two ways. I'll tell you one, that this is a sentence out of the story of the eloquent peasant, right? You see it starting with a jed, which is to speak. And you see it start with the by next. So this is said by. Said by who? This is the name of a person. Normally when you get said by, you can pretty much know that it's going to be a pronoun or a personal name or epithet right after that. So this is a personal name. And this personal name I happen to know because this is one of my studies. One of the best stories to you learn the glyphs with is the eloquent peasant. And in a lot of books like this, they cite out of that work because it's just really good to learn from. It got all these sDm.n.f forms, all these forms is in that text. So this word right here is actually a man's name. They go to man, so you know it. But his name is Nimti Naked. And you're only getting the naked from this man holding the stick. So you kind of like Nimti Naked. I guess he was with the god Nimti was mighty. That's him. So it was said by Nimti Naked. We starting with a verb, a preposition, and we got the subject, and then a demonstrative, which refers backwards. Demonstratives don't refer forward in ancient Egyptian. So if it say Nimtinaki this, that is said by this Nimtinaki. Now, you see a man right here. It just would be better to say said by this man Nimtinaki or said by Nimtinaki. Feel me? Now, check this out. Said by Nimtinaki is a no, it ain't a sDm.n.f. This is said by Nimtinaki, right? But here comes your, see, you got a ma that's germinating with an F, right? He sees, because this ain't past tense, and we do this good now. He sees what? Awi is a donkey. Let me show you. I'm just gonna put an I and a W, dog, in the dictionary. An I and a W should take me to a donkey, right? And if I have to put another consonant on it, how about I just put donkey and you're gonna see it. There you go, right here. So you see this, eventually that calf will be used for the donkey. Well, they say dog. Let's see if we can see the donkey. Dog, I'm gonna put donkey. Donkey. See, So, but that's, I said we. I want you to see the W on it. It has the You can kind of see it right here. The But what about the we? It don't need to be there. It's a donkey. There you go. This is the one we're looking at, right? So I'm just gonna say and not say we. So in the book, he's saying, what did he say? He sees donkey. He says their donkey. Oh no, wait. Donkeys? Because these three strokes is on top of the end. So this is a donkeys belonging to this farmer. See? So look. Donkeys, now we got our end. Now what is this? This is the indirect genitive. See? Because we got this ni in between a noun and another noun. So now our lesson from yesterday is coming up. We got the donkeys belonging to the farmer. Donkeys belonging to the farmer. This, remember demonstratives refer backwards? Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all can't see it. You remember demonstratives refer, you have to say, seeing the donkeys of this peasant. I say, he sees donkeys belonging to this farmer. But we ain't investigating that. Look, we investigating these clauses running together. That's why they put the said. Now you wonder why they got this said at the end? Because they say, I got it now. Oh, bruh, I used to be mad at them for doing that. I'm no longer mad at the Egyptologists for putting this said at the end when it started at the beginning. Guess why they doing it? Because if you read said by Nimtinaki, this is, see, this is the circumstance that caused them to say it. So, really is he sees the farmer's donkeys, and then he said something. So they say, then this Nimtinaki, they just started, this is Nimtinaki right here. They don't say nothing about said. They said, seeing the donkeys, giving out the condition. Feel me? Seeing the donkeys of this peasants said. But y'all gotta remember, we ain't investigating everything. We investigate circumstantial clauses. So the circumstantial part is seeing the donkeys of the pheasant. That's what caused the action to occur. So that's why they say, then this empty knack is seeing the donkeys of this pheasant said, because this circumstance caused the action of speaking to occur. It's him speaking about it. Yup. Wait. It's who speaking about it? Oh yeah, it's an empty knacker who's speaking about it. But I don't know if what you were saying was, I don't know if I'm misunderstanding you. Of course it's him speaking about it because it says it's him speaking about it right here. But what I'm talking about is this, he's only speaking after this condition, after this circumstance. Seeing the donkeys, he says. Yeah, so we agree. I don't think we have much disagreement. Let me see. One might also translate, then this empty knacker said when he saw the donkeys. See? Said when he saw the donkeys of this peasant, or because he saw. See, that's for us to put in there. So he said when, he said because, and they just put it as a result afterwards. When we see these two clauses, the subordinate sDm.n.f clause, we have to determine whether it's because or when. It says here the English past tense is used in translation. It says because the context is the past tense, past time. But the Egyptians used the present circumstantial form. By using the English participle seeing, one can often avoid determining the specific connection and retaining some of the ambiguity of the original. The following example uses the sDm.n.f form to indicate prior action in a past context. Now the cold part is this is just like the sentence I just put on the screen, but it's different. So if somebody can't read this and this start, look, we know that this is the root is a second week, remember? I mean, it's a third week, but we see it with a T on it. And I don't know if anybody in the chat know. I mean, I know somebody know, but I don't know. I haven't explained that in this little series. But this is a verb being, now it's a participle. So now it's an entity implied and it's descending. And you can, so now this whole part right here, it put the entity into the descending because it put a T on it. So this is one who descends. Now this poo is that is. Some can say it means that or whatever. Yep, one who descends, right? So poo is that is. Now hold up. Now this is do, but we got an N and then we got a noun. So here goes sDm.n.f. You gotta notice it. So this is the farmer has done. So one has descended, that is the farmer has done. So the farmer has descended. So this is one who descends, that is the farmer has done. So descending is what the farmer has done. Because this say this, if you don't want to see this as one who descends, just call it descent. That is, farmer has created, farmer has made his descent. This farmer, look. Now look, this farmer, because remember, demonstratives refer back where it's not forward to Kemet. So it says descent. If you see this is like one who descends. That is, farmer has done. So the farmer has made his descent. This farmer has made his descent to Kemet. Oh, and it got more to it. Oh, that's good. A nice long sentence. To Kemet, now we got an at. But I see a P. So this is at with a ATP. How do I say that? ATP. I want to look that up. ATP. I don't know ATP. What does ATP mean, y'all? Let's see. Here we go right here. A load. A load. It's a load, to bear, to carry. It's a verb. So let's go back. It's a load to carry. That's a good that was a good guess, because that worker's just carrying a load, so it's not referring to him, it's referring to what he's carrying. But that was a very good guess. Because we see him right here. So now it says, the code part is, since we know that this is an NF right here, then this determinative is still part of the word. See how the grammar is helping us? But I don't want us to get confused, because this could say, it don't say he was loaded. But if this says this is a verb, now he's trying to inject something else to teach us something here. He injected a dative, I think. Because this say to carry for him. Right? Carry for him his donkey. See? No, it's not one who carries. This is because this T is part of the word. That's not making this a participle. This is a dative, I think. This, because you're going to say he was or he has carried. You can't say that. Oh, yeah, this ain't a dative. He has carried his donkeys. No, his load was carried by his donkeys. But let's see what they say when we go down. Oh, can we keep reading? Is this still the same text? Yeah, this is still the same text. Oh, okay. So he has loaded. This is past tense. We got it, Immortal. He has loaded. Look, past tense. We did it. He has loaded his donkeys with or concerning this M right here. And then we got whatever, the first thing he loaded it with. This is you see the plant right here? That's what he loaded it with. And then he loaded it with this. Redim, whatever Redim is, he loaded it with. And he loaded it with Hasim, I think this is, this ain't natron, is it? Hasim, is that copper? Hasamin, or whatever. It's something, another mineral he loaded it with. No, that's some type of grain or something. I look right here. And he also loaded it with Hamat. Now this is the copper, huh? Hamat. Well, we could look. It's going to say the answer. Look, he having loaded his donkeys with reeds and rushes. I said natron right. I knew it was natron, bro. But it's going to say copper and salt. They stopped at the salt. I didn't know the rest. But we did do this right. Look, the peasant first loaded his donkeys and then went down to Egypt. So look, they put this part first because this is the circumstance that, wait a minute. Loading your donkeys is not a circumstance that caused you to go nowhere. You about to go somewhere and that causes you to load your donkeys. What they say, the peasant first loaded his donkeys and then went down to Egypt. Here one might also translate after having loaded, when he had loaded. Oh, so it's like he descended to Egypt when he loaded his after he loaded his donkeys. So yeah, he did first load his donkeys. We know you don't load your donkeys after you descend to Kemet. But that was a long time. I said I was gonna open up the chat. I don't know if y'all still open for that or whatever. I know now Valley probably broke out by now because I took too long. But if y'all want me to open up the chat, I will do it. That's the trading part? Okay, cool. You see? Note that the nonverbal circumstantial clause with adverbal comments. Note that with a nonverbal circumstantial clause with adverbal comments when the topic is a pronoun, the particle you is required as a prop for the suffix pronoun which cannot stand on its own. Ooh, that's a bar. Note that with a non-verbal circumstantial clause, I understand that it ain't no verb in this circumstantial clause. It ain't no sDm.n.f. And it got an adverbal comment instead. So it might be, okay. It might be let's see if we can do this one. When the topic is a pronoun, the particle you is required as a prop for the suffix pronoun, which cannot stand on its own. So that particle you is only a prop in this example. Let's see if we can break it down. But not every time. So this particle you is not the prop for this. This is still he has opened. He has drilled or he has opened. Now, to him. So he has opened to him whatever this is. This is what he's talking about. This U particle. See? Not the first one. So first let's read it. He has opened. It's a fact that with respect to us here and now, he has opened. I'm saying wept for open. Am I wrong? To drill. Wept. He has opened to him. Now I gotta see what this is. To me. He has opened to him to me. Oh, no. His mouth to me. He has opened his mouth to me. Yeah, this is a mouth. Thank you for saying that. I just figured it out right when you said, how do you tell when it's a mouth or not? This is a mouth because it got the single stroke under it. So it is, he has opened his mouth to me, right? To me. Now here goes the U particle they're talking about. And he just taught, now let's read this again. Oh, I don't want to see the answer. Let's read this. Damn, let me go up higher. I want to read this again so that we can get the gist of it. Note that it says, note that with the non-verbal circumstantial clause with adverbal comments when the topic is a pronoun, the particle you is required as a prop for the suffix pronoun. So if the topic is a pronoun, which is we about to see, the particle you is required as a prop for the suffix pronoun, which cannot stand on its own. All right, so let's go back to that. We identified that. This is the particle you, and this is a prop for this suffix pronoun that can't just be here by itself, it's basically saying. So what did we read up to that point? He has opened his mouth to me. And this says, with respect to us here and now, my face, body, my belly. And see, this could be a body or a belly. But this is my belly because of the man after it. So if this is I am upon my belly. Oh, okay. I upon my belly and before he's before me. Before him. So he's on his belly before him. Look, F. So this says, with respect to us here and now, see, I'm telling you, when I go into the motherfucking museum, I'm gonna be real prissy. Y'all know how I can dress sometimes. They ain't gonna even know what type of black man this is. And I'm going to have that one monocle. I'm going to get an expensive one monocle. And I'm going to put it on and I'm going to say it loud. With respect to us here and now, he has opened his mouth to me. Then I'm going to squint in a little closer. And I'm going to say, they injected this particle, which means that this pronoun must be relying on this particle, you. And then I'm going to say, that must mean I upon my belly before him. And they're going to be like, who the hell was that black dude? Then I'm going to walk out with my pants pulled up all hella high and shit. I might wear a trench coat. Or I could do it a different way. I don't have to do super nerd. I could do it with my yokes. You know what I'm saying? I could wear like that tightly, slimly fit outfit. Look like the black Englishman. And fool them all in the museum. They're going to be wanting to know who I am. Let's see if we did that all the way 100%. Told you. Now my shit 100%. Even though it took like 15 years, I could damn near say exactly what it say in the translation. He opened his mouth to me I didn't say as I was. And that's what we are investigating right now. So my boastfulness just shot me in the foot. Look. So this part, they was telling us this is the subordinate adverbial comment that we still got to consider a secondary clause. That's why they say, as I was. Oh, I messed up, because this is I was. See, I want y'all to understand something about this you particle. Dude, it don't do no tense. But at times like this, you're going to use it to say I was. Especially when they attach. Because why? Let's think about it. Let's break this down. This whole day, I've been saying that this you particle is a statement of fact. We read it plenty of times. We can see it over here with a different chick to represent the ooh. Right? Now think about it. Let's just ask simple questions to understand this. How in English do you give a statement of fact? Without reiterating and saying that this is a fact. That's a hard question for you, huh? You do it every day. Most of the things that you say, you want them to be perceived as a statement of fact unless you're questioning something, pondering something, giving an imperative, a directive or something. If you just talking and building, you be wanting, unless you lying, you be wanting people to think what you're saying is a statement of fact, right? But how do you do that? Well, I can tell you that's a good way, but that's a statement of your own existence, not about what that's a statement maybe of fact. That I am can't be a statement of fact. Because you haven't done whatever you're about to say that you're gonna do. If that sentence continues, it hasn't been done yet. So I am, if it was like I am going to complete an action, that would be perspective. But to state, so we say is and was. Because if somebody refutes what you said, it's not a statement of fact, what are you going to say? No, it is. So you're not using tense. You're not using is and was for tense in that instance. We gotta trip off that. When you say, bruh, it is, you're saying it exists as a statement of fact in the current time. When you say it was, you say it existed as a statement of fact in the past tense. Yeah. So this is why this particle, since it's a statement of fact, it doesn't translate to is or was, but in certain sentences, it allows you to say, I was. Because how do you state a fact in the past tense? Or now for what Immortal was saying, how do you state a fact in the past tense about yourself? You're always going to say, I was, I did. But see, I did is to commit an action. If you're talking about a state of, like being in the state of something, it'd probably be I was. Now, if you're talking about, for what Immortal's talking about, if you're talking about currently being in that state, you do say I am. But this isn't what we're dealing with. This is not a state of. And that's not what we're dealing with. Ancient Egyptians have a way to say a state of. And that's funny because somebody probably could argue that this is a state of because you still got a W. Oh, this could be argued. So the we or the kui would be the state of entry, but we know that this is a particle. State of to be existing in the state of something like I am. You feel me? This is I was, or I. Now that made me say I is. So you're not gonna say I is. That's why he said I am. I get that. I am upon my belly, my belly. But see, he ain't on it right now, so he was on his belly when this happened. You know why you won't say I am? Because it's a circumstance. I mean, look, when he opened his mouth is when you was on your belly. This has all happened in your story in the past. So you ain't gonna say, when he opened his mouth, I am on my belly. When he opened his mouth, and this is about the shipwrecked sailor who encountered this really big snake. This is also a good story to learn from, but nobody told me to open up the chat. I guess I guess my man must have left. Oh no, Joey just said open the chat. I'm tripping. Because I'll let y'all take over. I heard my wife downstairs. I know she mad because I cooked and I didn't do my dishes. So I just heard hella pots banging all over the place. I was like, that must be what that is. So I'm staying here till she realizes that ain't enough. That's not enough. Now hold on. And again, I'm opening up a Zoom. Hopefully y'all can y'all want to build, take over the show. That was breakfast, dog. I left them pots and pans on the table all day. I was out of pocket. It was like she came in and looked at like old bacon. It's beef bacon. Don't get it twisted. Hey, y'all don't know about beef bacon, bro? You can get it from Costco. You gotta buy big ass chunks, but that, oh my God. If y'all eat beef, turkey bacon ain't got nothing on beef bacon. Turkey bacon is processed. That's not even healthy. Like, why you think it's better? You might as well eat pork. You just chose a processed meat. Beef bacon is cut off slices, bro. And it's hella good. But anyway, get it from Costco. I ain't tripping. Ain't nobody mad around here. Mad wear off hella quick. You can be mad, then it gotta wear off. Let me see. If you go into the next day mad off something from yesterday, you messing up. You're not even supposed to do that. You're supposed to get yesterday anger and stuff being yesterday. All right, 24 people. Shout out to y'all. They be saying you kill your channel when you do these Medu Netcher shows, but I don't care. Because in the long run, these will be some of the most beneficial shows out of anybody YouTube. In 100 years, all that bullshit, everybody talking on their page won't be useful to nobody. But to see how puzzled we was back in the day. I just shared the link. I ain't really tripping. Give you your pork. No, you can have your pork. I'm not a Muslim, but I stopped eating because a friend of mine was a Muslim, and he was just telling me how bad it was. So I started being like, all right, I'm gonna stop eating it. But I ain't got no theology behind not eating pork. We got 1,500 views on Medu Netcher. When? Yes, not yesterday. No, it was only 500 when I left. Let me go look. If that Medu Netcher video got 1,500 views, that was cool. Hello?
What's up, Smash?
What's up, bro?
I got some good news. I may have a debate coming up on DMD's platform.
How is that good news?
Not good news.
How is it good news? You said you might have some good news, then you said,
Well,
what if you lose the debate?
Say it again?
What if you lose the debate?
That's okay. You
Then
win
would that
some
still
debates
have
and you
been?
lose
Would
some
that still
debates.
be good news?
Sometimes you lose debates. You don't win every debate.
Yeah, it's no problem with losing a debate, but I just
I'm saying
said
this.
I
I'm
thought
saying
good news was gonna be like traditional good news, but that is good news because you've been trying to get a debate.
now I'm not gonna tell you who I'm debating because you might say I shouldn't debate the person, but
No, not
I don't
true.
know.
Who you debating?
You don't know who Silky D is, right?
Who?
You're Silky D. You're not familiar with that name.
Silky D.
You're not familiar with
You're
that name.
debating someone named Silky D.
Imagine that, right?
So you're debating a rapper from like the 80s?
No. No.
Well, I'm Silky D in a place to be.
How should I explain it? Silky D is an individual who would be like someone who always talks about Berbers but can't substantiate what
But
he's saying.
don't debate nobody with a name like that. So I was gonna say Jose and versus Silky D.
Well, listen, listen. That's not concrete, huh? That's not concrete yet. So it may not happen. I did challenge him, but that may not happen. But I'm also supposed to do a presentation. I know you're familiar with Titans Debate League, right? What happened?
They say Silky go put hands.
That ain't nothing. Forget about that. Cause
They say Silky go put hands on you in the chat with that metadata you be doing.
That's probably no. It's not a Medu Netcher debate. It's a debate about Berbers. I wouldn't do that.
It's about Berbers?
Yes.
And what's your stance on Berbers?
No, he has this thing that he's a Berber. He has this whole idea behind what a Berber is.
Oh, he a Berber, he not a black man, huh?
He doesn't know what a Berber is as far as I'm concerned. So I want to debate him to
Well, why
explain what
debate somebody on what they saying, what they are, bro?
No, I'm not debating him for that reason. I'm debating him because I want to put the information out there. Because he's not the only one who talks like that and makes those mistakes and doesn't understand. So that's why I would do a debate if the debate happens. It may not happen.
Hey, is your channel a Christian channel?
No.
Somebody said so in the chat.
No, because of the name. But clearly they don't watch the content. And you watch the
so
content.
why
Is
that your real? What does Solomonic have to do with anything you're teaching?
That's my middle name. My middle name is Solomon.
Well, my name is Jonathan.
No, I just use my name because it's
Jonathan means given by Yahweh.
No, my middle name just happened to be a Christian name. You know I don't teach anything Christian on my channel, so you know that. You watch the channel enough to know that.
Well, it would be. I don't have any problem with it either way. It's not. I'm not. My experience on this earth, I ain't gonna be concerned with people doing like that. Like I ain't tripping.
No. I know you only asked the question because somebody else probably brought it up in the chat. That's probably why you asked the question.
Yeah, they did actually.
I know that. I know you know that. It's not a Christian channel. It's my middle name and it sounded cool.
So you ready to read? Did you learn anything today?
Yes.
That's good. I learned hella shit, bro.
And number two, I'm looking to do a presentation on Titans Debate League as well.
I don't know, man, Chesmo. That make me mad because I think they was fucking with me. This what happened. When I first switched formats, they let me get hella viewership, bro. And if you go look at that video when I first switched formats, it went up to 5,400 people had seen it. And I thought I had some type of a breakthrough. Because I was like, oh man, motherfucker, I switched formats and hella people watched the video. And what happened? The next day, the next time I streamed, I used that format again. And half the people that got exposed to the video the first time, the first one was 5,400. Then I'm like, how we get to 5,400 and just stop and don't keep going, 5,200, 5,300. Then the next video I did with my other format, doing it vertical, it had got to like 1,200. And I'm like, damn, I don't even know how that could make sense. Is it a different time of day? How could I do one video one day and it say 5,400, then the next one say 1,200? But I kept streaming in that format and it kept going down, 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 down. Right back to this. So I'm like, so you trying to tell me that's real? That's not real. That's some bullshit. What happened was I never was streaming vertical, so I wasn't shadow banned on vertical yet. Right? I'm telling you, I'm not saying I'm shadow banned. Certain shit they just don't want on their shit. Because even if I'm not thinking nothing about deep state. I'm thinking capitalists. This ain't the type of information that make them the most money. So why would they contribute resources to make sure that people look at shit like this?
Well, you know what happened to me, Smash? I put up a video with something like something about possible smoke, right? Now, that video got 91 views. I was just talking on the video with no camera on. The next video got less views. And in my mind,
like if I start
and
this
in my
video,
mind, I'm thinking it's some keyword that I put in there, and it was the tone of the video that allowed me to get that.
If it got something negative like smoke, they're gonna promote it to more people. Who wants this smoke? If I come on talking about I'm about to beat the crap out these punks, all y'all gonna get the notification.
That's what I think, you know.
That shit crazy, but why do I have to talk about that?
And here's the thing. I wasn't even saying nothing crazy. The algorithm just recognized when you use that word that is something controversial. So that's probably why I think they promoted it due to the title, not even what I said, because I didn't say nothing crazy. And I looked at it, and other videos that don't have that type of title and tone,
on the time when I want a bigger viewership, I will do that type of a show. But when I normally just want to do what I'm doing at my house and stream it, and if I'm just gonna be studying and I can still build up my YouTube channel with these small, then I do it. I don't be tripping. It's useful for the people that's watching, and I more or less want to congregate with like-minded men, not just have hella people watching that don't even care. They just watching this shit. Get up out of here.
I would say this, Smash. I realized since I started vertical streaming, I've been getting more views.
Yeah, vertical streaming. But see, your page is new, and you haven't tainted your page yet. So be careful with what you talk about, and keep streaming vertical, and watch you get your viewership up hella quick. Stay vertical. Stay vertical.
Here's what I could say about my page that's different from a monetized page. I could say and do certain things that monetized pages can't say.
No, you can't. Because you still going to get put on the same list, and when you become monetized, you already not going to get no viewership. Now, let's be clear. Some of the biggest pages on YouTube talk about extremely controversial shit. Don Lemon cuss every other word. You know what I'm saying? It's not profanity. It's more capitalistic, bro. Trust me. When you be thinking the fix is in because of some shit that you got that knowledge, no, that ain't it. It's just a lot of people don't want to hear that shit. Bottom line, how many people want to just hear Medu Netcher? Very few. You feel me? So I understand, but that's not going to change who I am. I'm just like, damn, I got to deal with smaller numbers because I want people who are more like me interested in what I'm interested in. That's not going to be hella people. If so, then I wouldn't be so unique. Like, right?
But the thing is, but the thing is this much, I'm getting more views. But I realize that the people who are coming on don't necessarily understand what my page is about. I'm just being exposed to these people, and I have to bring them in to understand, because a lot of them come in and they're like, what's this about? They
Well,
don't
people ain't
they
really
just see
doing
it and
that
they
on
click on it.
YouTube. People not coming in. They not doing all that. They swiping their thumb up and down, bro. For real, especially if you vertical. So you don't have to worry about that. Just be doing what you're doing. People know they popped in the middle. Like everybody know they just swipe their thumb up and they pop in the middle. You don't gotta cater to them people that much.
No, but it's not catering to them. I don't know who knows what. So I realize I have to.
So you're gonna try to cater to them.
No, I have to be more introductory to let them know what the page is about.
But
So
you
they can
assuming
decide
that
if they
everybody
want
who
to come
click
back.
on don't know nothing.
Say it again?
I said you assuming that everybody click on don't know nothing. But I feel you. It's cool.
No,
Do
no, no,
you?
no, no. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Do
saying
it
they don't
your
know what
way.
my page is. No, I'm saying they don't know what my page is about.
Yeah, do
And I
it
know
your
they
way.
don't know because they're asking what is going on.
Yep.
So I'm not saying they don't know anything. I have to introduce them to my content, because some of them are just basically randomly popping in and they don't know. All of these are not people who we know. You understand what I'm saying? We know that. I know that too, because I see
Yeah, man,
names
I got the point,
that I
bro.
don't
You
know.
just expounded on it, but I definitely got the point. You know, I know you don't have to tell me much about not knowing them. I know you don't know. There's people on YouTube just swiping. You know what I'm saying?
And I may have a presentation coming up on the 2nd too.
On what?
Well, to be honest, I was on Titans Debate League, which is A1. I'm sure you're familiar with him.
Oh, Titans Debate League.
Yeah.
You talking about Collab?
No, that's Titans TV. Titans Debate League is A1.
Oh, okay.
You may not be familiar with him, but what happened was we were reviewing a debate. I ran into him on another stream. He said, "Well, I saw you on Titans TV," and he seemed supportive. So I went onto his page and we were reviewing a debate. And King J popped in and started talking. And I was disagreeing with him. So he said, "You don't know. I've never seen you put forth anything on Smash's page." So I said, "Well, invite me onto your page and I will do a presentation."
Oh, you can do a presentation?
No. Yeah, I'll do presentations on your page, but I was challenged by King J on his page. So he said I can do a presentation on his page next week. So what I could do, if you want, I could put together a presentation before then and do it on your page as well. It wouldn't be the same presentation.
Man, you're welcome to do whatever you want to be. I'm not even tripping.
All right. So hopefully that will pan out. And whichever one pan out, I will send you guys the link, and you guys could just come over and, do it whichever one happens, because it looks like the debate is probably not going to happen. So the presentation is more likely.
This book hella good. I like it. They said you can't read, though, in the chat.
Can't read what?
The glyphs.
Can't read what?
The glyphs.
Well, that's okay if you feel so.
Come on, let's look and see. Let's prove them wrong. Right? All right, here we go. You can see the screen?
It's very small, and I don't have my glasses on. So
Oh, you need, okay. You're going to prove them right, huh?
No. No, I ain't gonna put, no. All right.
Now, we just switched up. Well, we ain't even tripping off reading. We on some other shit. Let people try to belittle us. We just going to get further. So don't even trip off reading right now, right? Let's just trip off pointing out the grammar, bro, of that first sentence. Yeah. We can read it later, but let's deal with the grammar of the first sentence. Because if you know the grammar, you know what to say. Is that too small?
Make it a little bigger. Right, I got you. That's too big. All right. All that's good. It says you.
So what is you?
You is like a statement of fact.
Introductory particle, yep.
Right.
So when we say the grammar, you're explaining what the grammar part is when you say a statement of fact. But the part of speech is a particle.
Okay.
Feel me? It's a
Right.
particle. The particle's function is a statement of fact. All right, then
So
what we dealing with next?
ma'a,
Well, what's my eye doing just on some grammar shit?
that's a verb. It means to
It
see.
is definitely a verb, and what form is that verb in?
Is that a sDm.n.f?
It looked like second geminating, right? Because it got two consonants, and the second one sometimes geminates, but it's not geminating here. Remember, he told us it won't geminate when it's in the sDm.n.f. So we also could damn near see that we are in a sDm.n.f. just from noticing that. We got a non-geminating verb here with an N after it, and then a pronoun. I mean, daughter, right? Ain't that daughter?
Is that sat?
Sati.
Ma'a and
So what would you say
Sat.
right here? What would you say right here just for that first part?
See, or look to the daughter, possibly.
No. Just use your standard sDm.n.f form. Remember, he has seen, he has heard. This is going to give you the daughter has seen.
You know, oh gosh. You know what?
Huh?
I got confused. I was reading it the wrong way.
But now this is crazy because is that true? Because what is you got another preposition after that?
But here's the thing. Based on what we're seeing there, I'm supposed to be reading it the other way.
What are you talking about?
Based on how it's set up there, right?
You're
The
reading
animal's
from
facing
left to
this
right.
way.
I thought you know you was reading from left to right based on how it's set up here.
Nah, that's not. Is
Huh?
that correct?
What do you mean, bro? I don't
Right.
understand what you mean. I'm trying to see what you mean.
When they say, right, if the animals are facing right, you're supposed to read from right to left, correct?
So the animals are looking at the beginning of the text.
Right.
So
when
what
you're
are
reading the
the
text,
animals looking at?
right, but when they're looking at the beginning of the text, right?
Yeah, they're looking at where you're supposed to start. They're looking
Right.
over here.
So questions, but you see, here's why I'm confusing myself. Because these text, you know, I'm confusing myself. I'm really confusing myself.
So what?
I'm confusing myself for no reason. I'm confusing myself. Or am I right?
You're definitely confusing yourself.
I am. Okay.
Now, I'm wondering how this is working with this. If this is a she has seen, well, then why you got belonging to after that? Belonging, so that might not be she has seen. Belonging to the priest, father,
Priest.
or father priest, or the father priest.
That would be Wild Priest.
Huh?
That
Yeah,
would be
it
the
would be,
Wild
but
Priest who
something
was her
about a
father.
father right here.
Yeah, the Wild Priest who was her father.
But I'm saying though, what that don't make sense. Daughter has seen, that don't make sense. Daughter has seen belonging to her father. No, that's not right.
No, that's not what I said.
Oh no, I'm
I
not saying
said-
you're right. I'm talking about what I'm saying. What did you say?
I said the second part of that would say the Wild Priest, right? And then something about his father.
No, I'm gonna say this might not be we skipping through the book, and I'm gonna say this might not be a sDm.n.f.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I think we're not supposed to be reading it this way. We're supposed to be reading it the other way.
Man, can you please stop saying that, bro? I'm trying to be polite. That is just the most incorrect shit you could be saying. Like, I don't even know why you're saying that at this level of reading that you know. I know how much knowledge you got. This is why some people say we gotta have a teacher. Like, I'm talking about not like a YouTube show like this teacher, but an official person that you sit with that will not allow you to make that mistake publicly. Because everybody, like in the future, when people go back to this video, they're gonna be like, why is he making that mistake at this point of his knowledge? When could you be reading with us? So I don't understand, how could you be reading with us on certain shows and not understand what's the beginning of this text.
I understand what you're saying, Smash, that the way we're reading it now is correct. But what I'm thinking is when they got these glyphs, they rearranged the glyphs, and we're reading it this way, and originally it wouldn't have been read that way, depending on what it was on. If that makes any sense.
You're not wrong.
No, right.
So
You
it
understand what I'm
definitely
saying,
makes
though?
sense. This is but I want to give some understanding of what you're saying. A lot of these texts are transcribed over from hieratic. So you would not be wrong in saying that they might just put something. So, go ahead.
Now, what I'm saying is this, right? Like, for example, if you read something like the pyramid text, right, and you read that in the TLA, the way that they have it written is not the way that you would see it on the stele, right? You would be reading up from down, go up, and then to the.
It depends on what source. It depends on what source you're referring to. Some sources do it exactly the way. Facsimiles do it exactly the way they're copied. They're an exact copy of what you see on the wall. This is not a facsimile. This is an instructional book in English. And the order of reading in English is left to right. And so even if they go left, let me finish some statements. You be cutting me off every time I say something. So I'm saying the order of writing in English is left to right, so they don't just flip up when they get to the glyphs and go right to left, because you can go either direction with the glyphs. That's all I was saying.
All right, I understand what you're saying, but you do understand what I'm trying to say too.
Yeah, but I thought you read enough sections about this and enough grammar books to. But that's what you were saying. You don't be reading the books and stuff. That's gonna wind up being a problem.
Well, I don't read the grammar books enough, and I said that a long time ago. I need to get more.
But you be reading it, and so how would you read this in the way that you propose?
Right. If we go the opposite way and start from the saber.
Are you serious? So you want to start at the end?
I'm tripping that. You know what? Smash, I'm tripping. I'm trying to say something, and I need to just let you read the sentence because I'm tripping. I'm actually trying to say something, but I think I'm embarrassing myself, so let me just stop.
No, you willing to think freely, bro, but sometimes I wonder. So some of our three, like right now, you probably won't have that thought next week because hopefully it's been answered here. And so I thought stuff like that has been answered a long time ago, is all I'm saying. Like I thought most people who read the Medu Netcher book by page 4, they know the answer to that question.
All right, I'm trying to say something, but I'm not expressing myself properly. So let's just read the text.
It's all good, bro. You free to think, but I just thought more of what you knew about the subject. It's all good.
Okay, so let's get back to the reading because I distracted.
Oh, what was we reading? What was we at?
Need.
Here come Chris. He gonna help out.
Neat. Right? That's where we left off.
You was at what? So, no, this is what I was thinking. And I'm glad Chris is here. You there, Chris? Well, when he here, this is what I'm proposing. That I think we're later in the book, and just because we was just studying sDm.n.f, and this could be a sDm.n.f, the grammar after it makes me think it's not a sDm.n.f, but I could be wrong, because this is linking this noun to this statement, right? So if you want that to happen, how you gonna say she has seen belonging to the wild priest, her father? Or, I would think that would be incorrect. So now I'm gonna just try a method of going next to a dative, right? A dative would allow this to still be a verb of seeing or sight or vision or something. I mean, seeing, but this would be for the daughter, a vision for the daughter, sight for the daughter. Now, what do you say? This is a sDm.n.f, Chris, or a dative? What do you think? Or something else going on?
Yeah, the subject of the verb ma'a is the daughter of the priest. So all of that is the subject.
Okay, so hold on. So the daughter of the priest, but is this so what type of what do we do? What am I dealing with grammatically?
That's a sDm.n.
Okay.
Instead of a sDm.f, it's a sDm.n. Now the subject now is nominal, not suffix, not pronominal. It's a noun.
Okay, so it's a noun. And the whole noun all the way back to the daughter of the what I mean, I don't want to say the daughter of the wild priest's father.
Yeah, it's the priest. Well, the father is the object. So what did the daughter of the priest see? She saw her father.
Hold on, let me see. Because we went back to this. So she has seen, since you said
Right.
this is a sDm.n, has seen. Okay, so now this is the daughter belonging to the wild priest has seen
Mm-hmm. And then jump back.
her father.
Yep.
All right. See how we have to go all over the place, Joey. So I don't want that to confuse, because you was like, you just said we got to read it one way. Now we jumping all over the place. We really not, but we taking the clauses like this. What has she seen?
Right.
So
And this is why, and this is why I was bringing up that this is arranged in a different way from the original reading. If you were to see it on the wall, you might
I
not
wouldn't
read
say
it
that. I
way.
was saying that to say that. I wouldn't. But again, like, I can't disagree with that, because some of these texts are written in hieratic. But so your guess is as good as mine, because we both have not seen how they're arranged in the hieratic.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm saying when they deal with the Medu Netcher, if the text was written originally in Medu Netcher, when you see it in the grammar book and you look at it in the original form, it would definitely be arranged and read different.
Sometimes that is true too, because of what limits of the grammar application that some scholars use. Like, you would see, like, EA Buzz, some people was putting glyphs when that N would be on top of that, they'd put a next to it. So that, but if you understand that you're reading a scholastic document and not a facsimile, then it should suffice for your instruction. You see what I'm saying? It's just, you're just trying to learn how to read it. You're not trying to verify which documents have it right, copied over right or not. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole nother study.
But this is written. This is how they would have written it. I mean, Egyptian verbal sentences have strict order that they follow.
But I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, like in the TLA, they say something like glyphs artificially arrayed, which means the glyphs are there, and you're reading them properly. But if you look at them in the original writings on the wall, they would be arranged differently, even though it's saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't change what the sentence says. It just arranged differently.
No, but when we say arrange, what do you mean arrange?
Like for example, if you look at the pyramid texts are written vertically, right? You will start at the bottom and read up. But when you look at the TLA, it's written like this in the TLA, but that's not how it's originally written.
You saying some weird. I mean, you saying some.
Yeah, you'll never read from the bottom up.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I know
TLA
you caught
doesn't do
that too. I was like, you saying some stuff that's raising
No.
red flag. You said you start at the bottom like Drake.
No, what I'm saying is, if you look at the pyramid text on the wall, you're starting from, I think, the bottom, go up.
You just repeated what we was trying to.
Right.
No.
My man, okay, I don't know why it be so hard to communicate. Like, he just said you never start at the bottom, and you said I'm saying when you look at the pyramid text, you start at the bottom.
I mean, from the top, go down and going to the left.
Yeah, okay, because I was like, you just reiterated what he said wasn't cool.
No,
you meant to say the top.
I said it wrong.
That's cool. I just be wondering, am I high or something? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hold on, I'm not hearing what I'm hearing. But yo, you fine in doing that on my show. In a real class, they'd be like, bro, just listen for a minute. Like, you know, or read this chapter. They would definitely tell you to go over in the corner and read the chapter, because you were supposed to know some of that already. But on my show, it's 100 because it's a workshop. and we all don't know shit, and it's at different levels. But I shouldn't expect that you know something, because that's why it sounds like I'm a bit disappointed. The expectation leads to the disappointment, is nothing else. I thought you clearly knew the reason why we're reading from one way to the other. You know what I'm saying? And not to start from the bottom ever. Like,
No. I'm not talking about this particular text. I'm just pointing out to people that when you read some of these things academically, and you go to and you want to read the original, the glyphs might not be arranged the same way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just pointing that out. Sometimes.
okay. So my man Immortal finished reading it, and he said her father has seen her by the door of the house. Now let's see if that's true, or who's seen what. So she is the, wait a minute. He's the object, she's the subject, right?
Yeah, the reason why you can't read it that way is because sat, net, wab, that's a bound construction. You can't break that up. That's all together.
Okay, so that's what we was learning about. Well, so it's called indirect genitive, right? But it still can't be broke. You can't take this person out and put him into another place into the sentence, basically.
Right.
Yeah. And so what you did in your translation was say her father has seen, or so what, her by the door. Well, let's see. She's the daughter of the wild priest, and I don't think that her father, the priest, has seen her enter the house.
Right, and then you know, because when you get to the adverbial adjunct, she saw her father. What was her father doing? Well, while entering, right, upon the door of his house, or through the door of his house.
Wait, this is your entering? Or what's this?
Ak. Here, ak.
Oh, here upon entering. Entering. Oh, okay.
Well,
ak means what exactly?
To enter, to go in.
To go in. Okay. Upon
and
entering.
That's actually an infinitive.
Yep. So entering. And that's part of it. And then what do we got? The door.
Yeah, through the door, or upon the door. In this case, that's a noun.
Belonging to his house.
Right.
The door of his house.
Everything starting at hair is the adverbial adjunct.
Hair, saber.
They said you was taking too long, Joey. Come on, show them you faster than that on the second one. The chat said that. I didn't say that. Now.
Nah, because I was saying something else.
But show them how. Yeah, because you be making up stuff, bro.
Yeah,
I told you that's fine, but that's don't make. Is it Monday? Make it up Monday, bro. It's Wednesday.
Okay. It's you, Hemet, neat.
Shaketi, I guess.
Shaketi, neat.
Not neat.
That's not neat.
You see,
that's neat.
I'm just go slower.
No. I'm tripping.
Yeah.
That's pen.
Yeah, there you go.
Pen.
But hold on. Is that how a third week? I think it might be too, huh? Or is this just? Is it a constant? Is this high or ha?
No, that's the word ga.
Ga. Oh, ga. Okay, I'm tripping. Ga. What does ga mean?
It literally means to lift up, to make high.
To make high. Okay.
So that says the wife of the peasant's wife.
The farmer, man, that's that European stuff.
Right.
How's he just a peasant?
This farmer's wife.
Yeah. This farmer's, well, it says the wife belonging to the farm, this farmer, yep.
Right.
And then what happened?
Lifted up her voice. I would imagine that says her voice.
But it do say voice, but I guess it is her voice.
It says,
but I don't see the. I just thought that was a determinative for voice.
Doesn't that say Karu?
I don't see the pronoun her.
Well,
but it is her voice, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong. Right. But do you see? Am I wrong? Is that should this right here be taken as her voice, or is that
just saying Karu?
That's just Karu.
Yeah, it's just voice.
But it's still hers.
Speech. Yeah.
Lifted voice upon.
So in other words, so other words, Chris, should I read it as her voice, or should I just say voice without the her?
Yeah, for now, just say voice, and then we'll make it nice in English later.
Yeah, we'll
Right.
do the English later. Yeah. So
Upon
exalted voice or lifted voice, what?
upon making,
Upon making?
yes, and
Uh,
eat.
making what? Bread?
No offerings
Offerings?
of bread, beer. Wait. No, there's numbers there.
Where you see offerings at?
It doesn't say offerings. So I might be assuming. Let's go further. Because it says making, and then it has bread. That's doesn't that say bread and beer?
How much bread?
About 7 loaves. No, 12 loaves.
No, you ain't got to
No.
guess. It's right there.
I'm
No,
just
you have to go
laughing.
over. No.
I'm just laughing, not at you,
No.
with you, bruh. That's funny.
No. I can't see the full thing.
I
It
mean,
looks
I'm
like
just
all I'm seeing is a 10 with 2 single strokes.
so
No, it's
now
3.
I don't know
Single
exactly. I want to say that out loud, and I think it was 13 pieces.
No, I'm not. But here's what I'm saying. I can't see the full sentence, so there may
Well,
be.
why not?
So
I
then,
mean, it's right here.
Yeah, it's right there.
but I'm only seeing 12.
Well,
if
so,
it's
just show us how you're seeing 12.
You know why? Because I had to minimize my screen to see the 13. That is why.
I think that's 13, but I'm not.
No. It is 13, but I was only seeing 2 strokes because
Oh,
my
well, let's
screen was
talk
too
about
big.
it sometimes. Why didn't they put the U on top of the 3 strokes?
Why
The
didn't they?
upside down U, which represents 10.
Because I don't think that's how you're supposed to do it.
Sometimes
I
they
could be
do it
wrong.
like that, and I don't know the answer
Yeah.
to this question. I'm not gotcha. This isn't a gotcha question. But these are the things I ponder when I'm trying to see what's going on with the text. He just did it because he had enough space, fine. Maybe the scholar did that in this book, fine. But that should represent 13 pieces of beer, right? I mean bread, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next word is henket, which is beer.
And the next word is henket, which is beer. Okay, that's you, Joe. You kind of so you learn all of this just from watching the show. You don't
I
read
would
no
say-
books.
I'll be honest. I read two Medu Netcher grammar books.
Well, that's good.
But the thing was, I read them trying to learn Medu Netcher, so I have to go back and read them to study the grammar again.
Yeah, I feel you.
I was just trying to learn glyphs at that point.
I don't know this word. It's some type of liquid though, Jess. Des.
Yeah, that's it's a measure of jars of beer.
Oh,
It's a
measure
measure.
from jars. So okay, the 8 jars or whatever. Now I'm gonna let Joey over there to bring for him. Joey,
Oh yes.
as gifts for him, or to bring for him.
I would say to bring for him.
To bring for him with what else? Oh, to bring for him with his kids, bro, with his children. So that don't make sense then.
No, you know what? I'm
It's
familiar
not
with
to
the
bring
text.
for
I'm
him.
familiar with the text. So in this case, this might be talking about possibly him sending food back for his.
Well, hold on, yeah, because can't this be gifts?
Right.
Yeah, but in this case, this is well, yeah, it can be, but normally they put a new bowl
Okay.
next to it. Yeah, so no, that's air plus a verb infinitive because Eni is a
So
weak verb.
bringing to him.
Yep. And then that NF.
With his children.
Right. So that bread and all that stuff
brought.
in beer was brought. Mm-hmm.
This is he has brought with his children.
It was brought to him.
Brought
together
to him,
with.
yeah. Because the sDm.n.f ain't gonna be after this preposition, or is that not a rule, or what?
Yeah, no, you don't see. Well, there is a form like that, a future form, but in this case, this is a air plus infinitive.
Okay, cool. So that's that. Yeah. So that's that plus that. And then we got the dative right after that. We got the preposition, preposition with. Then we have the word for children. Joy, you want to pick up after children?
Right.
It shouldn't be that hard. I
Yes,
got
her
it
children.
highlighted for you.
Sa.
Her children.
I messed up. Sorry.
Her children.
I put the S on this word, and I shut down. That's her children. So then, is this a preposition or this is The beginning of this. Well, this last word is ayat, so that is the preposition. Because this last word is a field or something, right?
Yep, from the field.
So from the field, yeah. So her children from the field. So he brought to him with her children from the field. Could this with be kind of like a for? Not really, huh? Him with the children.
This is no. All this is stuff that she's doing for her.
So that's like that's
father.
like saying she brought. So that's like saying she brought food to her father and the children in the field.
Yeah, that sounds like that makes perfect sense.
No, the children from the field accompanied her and going to her father's place to give offerings.
Oh, okay. Hold on. So let's start over. Because it says the wife belonging to this farmer. It says exalted her voice, basically, or raised her voice upon doing or making bread. Raised her voice or exalted. Raised her voice making bread. 13 pieces of bread, some beer, and then what was this again? Some jars.
Jugs of beer, wine, a jug.
Oh, so jugs. So 8 jugs of beer. Now to bring for him, right?
Yep.
To bring for him.
Along with.
Oh, so she bringing it with the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I feel you. To bring to give for him with the children.
Yeah, I see it.
With her children. Okay, she with her children in the field.
All right. So her and the children are bringing some bread and beer to her husband in the field.
Yeah.
Right.
And I guess
while
when
preparing it, she's doing it in a high voice.
But that same shriek get let out for certain reasons. It'd be crazy. I don't know what text this was. Oh, this is.
So is it trying to say? So is it trying to say she was singing while she was baking the bread?
She might have.
No, when they give offerings, sometimes you can speak in a loud voice to give an offering. So she was preparing the bread and the beer, or making the bread and beer and the wine with a loud voice. Then she brought it to him along with her children.
So it was like she was okay. I feel what you're saying.
So there are tombs in sometimes where you walk past them and there'll be inscriptions where they ask you to vocally speak aloud bread and beer to them. This is kind of along those same lines.
Yeah, but he wasn't dead though. The eloquent peasant wasn't.
He must have been dead.
Because this is the eloquent peasant. He wasn't dead in the story. The eloquent peasant didn't die in the story, I don't think. I didn't read the whole thing, but I don't think this is a story about the eloquent peasant dying.
No. This one is the eloquent peasant.
Yeah, so he didn't die in the story.
He didn't die. No. Well, what about dying?
No, she must have taken it to him in the field then, probably.
No, she was.
Apparently. Oh no, well, in that part, was he in the field? I mean, come on, I don't really know. Like, from the field. Can this be from?
From would have been an N. Normally M is N or with. In this case, N probably works better.
Right. Yeah, so I think I think where we might be getting confused is we're accustomed to seeing the word karu in text where people are doing offerings. In this case, she might have just been singing.
No, she exalted her voice. Let's not even add nothing on there. They got a word for singing. She raised her voice.
Right.
So that's kind of like, like hallelujah. I mean,
No, she might have been yelling for him when she was walking through the field with the children too.
Oh, you think so?
But it had to have been because.
Well, they say, what is a hair plus an infinitive?
In the process of preparing, she was making.
So it's doing, dog. She's like, well, it happened while this is ing. So if it's preparing, she did this preparing the bread.
Right.
You know me?
So she could have. Well, I would take that to be singing.
That's fine, but I don't want.
Or maybe she was praying too.
Let's just continue because we could do that about hella shit, and you like to do that. I noticed. But look, we could what will we get out of that? So let's continue. Suppose she was singing. We do know it says exalted voice, so I'm not going to discredit what you're saying. She could be singing, but we just know that the fact it says exalted voice. You feel me? She could be singing. She probably ain't though, cause her man about to leave. So what song she singing? A sad song? See, now we can keep going down that forever.
Rabbit hole.
But yeah, you're right. A voice exalted could be a screech. It could be a prayer, a praise. Probably an exalted like to make high one's voice probably is leading back to something glorious like a prayer. But I would like to continue if you don't mind. Where did we leave off at? We got to the end of that.
Yeah.
What's up, Poop?
What's going on? What's going on?
Peace. Thanks for joining in. I just was doing another one of these long streams. It's quiet around here, holiday season, so it's nothing.
Yeah, I came in because I guess, add a little bit to I guess what Joe was saying. I guess was trying to figure out, but and add what Chris was saying. But yeah, really like your offerings per category is literally voice offerings, and so louder voice. That's kind of what you do. You say it out loud vocally. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Except
Yes.
for in that statement when they want us to, you're right. And that's why I say it's like a verbal incantation. But they use the term paret as in the verb coming forth to where you could whisper it. Like it don't mean
Yeah.
that you raised your voice high. This is clearly
Right. Yeah.
saying
It was
you
just
got hella
saying
loud.
that you're talking. Yeah, but this is specifically is it being loud.
Yeah, and so whatever she was doing, it could be any of those things. It could be a verbal incantation, but she raised her voice.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily tied to those funerary offerings, essentially. So I just
No,
got
but the
to
point
bringing
that
that in.
but the point that we're making is because we see the bread and the beer in different things. She might have done that.
No,
because of the bread and beer.
No,
So
I'm
you're
saying
confusing
it's
it.
not. I'm saying it's not tied like
Yeah,
that
it's
in
not.
itself is not tied to funerary. It
That's not what I'm
alone
saying.
uniquely.
I'm not saying that.
So this is a list of the stuff she gave him for his trip to Kemet.
Yes.
True.
And if you
Yes.
confuse that with a funerary offering,
No. I'm not saying funeral rites. I said she might have prayed over it as an offering in a way
that's
before she
fine,
gave it
but
to him.
they have ways to say these things.
I know
Yeah.
it's not a funeral.
They just said she raised her voice, so let's
Voice.
just take it for what it says.
Yeah.
Like, what if the English say it raised voice? Will we take all these other contexts?
Okay. I just think we're accustomed to seeing that in funeral rites, and we're just thinking along those lines based on what we're accustomed to.
But
that has nothing to do with the sentence.
we're allowed to conject, but we feel like we have to. But I'm saying, if we was just reading an English book and it said she raised her voice here or exalted her voice, we wouldn't conject all of those other things.
Exactly.
We just take it for what it's saying.
Mhm.
Exactly. And that's fair. That's fair.
Where we at? Let's go number
Yeah,
3.
number 3. Yeah, number 3.
Is that Mech?
Mexu, I guess.
Mexu-er?
Well, you can start from what that means.
Behold. Sur means south.
Well, if you wanted to say
am I wrong?
behold, then you're gonna say behold it with respect to. Does that make sense? Because what is the Sioux to you? You said
Yes.
south, but you gotta understand this is probably coming from the dependent pronoun series. Is that right or wrong?
No, but I'm saying in my mind, the first thing I see when I say that Sur is south.
No,
And I'm probably not correct.
that's because you gotta understand it as a dependent pronoun.
Right.
I don't know if it's
That's-
masculine or feminine. Sue is masculine, huh?
Right.
Is he or it?
He or it, or it could even, Sue will be one, huh? So yeah, that's not like behold it with respect to. So because you can't say behold it towards, you got an R here. So what's the R doing? So then what is this? So you can know that this is, we can know if this makes any sense.
That's me, him.
Well, that looks like it says I'm just
No,
guessing.
no. Nehem.
Yeah, that looked like what it says. But
Nehem, right?
what does that mean?
Good question.
So check this out. I know the
I guess.
story.
Oh, her
Real
husband?
quick, I think I might be helping us out,
Is
and
that
y'all
like
can
the
tell me if
straight?
I'm wrong. In the story, the man's name is Nimti Naked. And I'm wondering, I see the naked that they use for his name. And
Okay.
I'm wondering if they are saying, behold it regarding Nimti Naked.
Probably so.
No, this word nehem here means to take or to seize.
Okay,
to grasp.
taking the donkeys.
Yeah, because you have Amu after that.
So you taking the donkeys belonging to the man, this man. But the cold part about that is you are 100, you right. But guess who took the donkeys belonging to the man?
Nimti Naked.
Mhm.
So that's just hella funny. That's why I was like, this might be Nimti Naked, because I kind of was reading along too, and we see the donkeys belonging to man. This there, it's gonna say there. Yep, there. Right? Ain't that there?
Emi,
Or in the midst of?
yeah, in the midst of.
Or yeah, in the midst of, or something. What y'all say? But they got his hand to the mouth though.
Yeah, I think this is the word wehem.
Wehem. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
wehem.
that's a different. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
donkeys
different.
for eating. Because the donkeys ate his barley. See, I'm remembering the story. I'm not reading right now. Because when you said, see, there go the barley. So eating. Okay, so let's go back. Because it's really with respect to him eating the barley. I keep putting the with respect to up here, but let's start over. Are you saying behold or look or check it out?
It doesn't
Yes.
matter. It's that
It's Mech.
yeah that I'm forgetting the term or phrase for it, but it's your
Particle.
It's a proclitic particle.
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
And that proclitic
Or
means like
yeah,
it's supposed to.
I guess in English it would be like oh, I guess like hey look like
Yeah. Sometimes they say
yeah.
look. I say check it out
I
because
forgot the actual term for
they
it.
Yeah,
don't
actually,
really
what
want you to
Smash is saying
visually look. They
is probably
want you to
close to what
pay
it
attention.
means.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm saying actually what you said is probably more closer. It literally means in your hand.
Huh. And so how does that translate to look or see?
It's in your hand.
Like
Look.
hey look, it's in your hand.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So now how y'all going? Y'all saying it? And what are y'all doing for this preposition?
No, that's he.
Huh?
Behold him or he.
Okay,
Mhm.
behold him. What y'all doing for the preposition too?
A air plus a verb. He will.
Oh, okay.
Or
Wait a
he's
minute.
yeah.
R plus a verb.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you said this meant, so that means that it's concerning the
He
verb
will
or the verb
seize.
is
He will
ongoing.
seize.
So
He
real
will
quick,
either he will take.
I'm trying to learn this because I know R plus the infinitive, and then now this is not R. We talk about hair plus the infinitive, M plus the infinitive. This is R plus an infinitive, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that means with respect to the action of the infinitive?
Yeah, meaning that he will do it
In the future.
in the future.
In
yeah.
the future?
Like coming
Mhm.
up. Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
so
No,
every time
no,
you see
no.
R plus an infinitive, that action is in the
No.
future?
This is the article present. This statement is talking about how Nimti Naked
Please,
got
bro.
upset
Why'd
with
you
him.
just do that right there, dog? We all know that.
Sorry.
We said that hell of times. He was explaining something and you just interrupted.
Right. He will or he shall. Yeah.
Thank you. So you saying what about this being the eloquent question, Joey? I just was trying to grasp what he was saying before you interrupted. But what did you say?
This is talking about how the peasant's donkey ate Nimti Naked's barley.
Yeah, well, come on. We said that.
Right. That's right. That's what we said.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but we just
he took
working
the
it out.
guy's
We
donkey,
kind of got
donkeys.
lost when he said this word with him that it was to eat. We had figured that out, but we never finished because we got NH. What is this nay? What is the nay word? Like what's?
Nehi.
Huh?
I feel like some or a few, couple, something like that.
Belonging to the barley or of barley.
Yeah, he
No,
ate
that's
some. of the barley.
He ate some of the barley.
I think that's a specific number though.
Oh, you think so? What, this right
It
here?
is. Yeah.
No,
You
that's
think
just
he-
plural.
so that's the circle with the 3 lines to let you know that it's like some type of a mineral or something. Like
No, but
a
it has a
grain of
17 on
sand.
Yeah, grainish, like particle small, something small.
Right. You said it has a what on it?
It has a 17 behind the barley. So I think it's
Well,
different
that's
measure.
just the number for the numbering in this instructional book. That's
Okay,
It's like
not-
a
sorry.
footnote or something.
No,
yeah.
you are good, bro. Come on, man. That's
Yeah.
probably gonna give us a footnote. You want to go see? See,
Probably
17.
so, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
No,
my
well,
bad.
let's read the
Right,
footnote.
good.
They say that something is the subject. They say
The
that
subject.
Yeah, the barley is the subject.
Yep, some barley.
pieces of barley or something. So we did Joey though, but you still, I don't care what you say about yourself. You could go in certain communities and possibly be considered like knowing a lot. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, because put it this way, like you be reading, but you just be making up some stuff sometimes.
Say this, Smash, and you might not, and you might think this is not true. When I'm studying with you guys, I'm more confident and I read much better than if I do it by myself. That's why I don't do it on my own on my stream.
You can read that right there, the whole sentence, right?
Yeah, you should be able to knock this out, man.
Mekchu.
Matsu. Well, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Mekchu.
You seen that TCH at the bottom of the Mac, and I didn't acknowledge that.
Mekchu Suhor. Medut. Ni. Suit. Cha. Okay. Look at, right? I'm trying to figure this out in my head because I know it's something about voice and I don't want to mess it up.
Well, the Mac is just a different. Mac is still Mac in a different state, though. It ain't going too far from its meaning. You just see. So sometimes when you look, not these particles, but there are. Think about. Do you know the independent pronoun series with Netek and then Netech, and then what you'll notice is it says net, and then actually there's a suffix pronoun changing at the end, even if it's the independent pronoun series. It's strange enough that it appears that the final radical of that independent pronoun series would match up to a conjugated suffix pronoun. So notice the same thing is kind of happening, because what if you had Mac with a K and now you got it with this TCH? I'm not saying that that's what's happening. And somebody could qualify that that's not or that is what's happening, but I don't think it's moving too far from the same meaning of this top one.
Yep.
How about y'all? What do y'all say?
Yeah, that's like that collective view, kinda.
It's pardon me?
I think that's like that text that I guess instead of the X or the bolt that you have, I think that's like that collective view pronoun for that. So it's not, so instead of for 3 you're talking about you and then like the one person is beholding, and then 4 more than one, you're telling more than one
And
person.
that's kind of like what I think too. What about what you say, Chris?
Like y'all.
Yeah, this is the suffix pronoun feminine for you. So like you said for the
Okay,
top one,
okay.
like for the top one, you have mech.
You
So
know
in this
what?
case,
Yeah.
he
You're
said
right.
mech.
You're right. Text. Mm-hmm.
Oh, but okay, but listen, that's fine. They could have just used the T there, but they used the TCH.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
when it
yeah,
continued,
yeah.
Chris, like what if he was talking to plural feminine? Would they change the Met the last radical in Met?
Oh,
Mhm.
yes. Yeah, it would. It would be mection.
Mm-hmm.
It would be
Mm-hmm.
this
That's
one
what
that
I
we
was
see
thinking.
though,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was thinking it was.
Wouldn't it be looking something like this?
Yeah, it would, but it would be a chin at the bottom. So instead of having
Yeah,
just
yeah, that's what I'm
hobble
saying. That's what I thought it was.
Oh,
But
I
it
thought
was
yeah,
that
it would be a
was
chin.
feminine
a,
use.
hold on. Wait, that's not a TCH?
That's just the
No,
one
it
hopper
is,
rope.
but it has the plural has the N, and they omit the 3 strokes instead of sometimes, but like they omit the 3 strokes instead of the N glyph. So this one is just the feminine, which is the TCH that
Right.
you can
Okay.
also use the T.
So it's just
Yeah.
etch, match.
Match. Okay, cool. But it still got the same meaning as just feminine, so you can continue, Joey.
Yep.
Right. No, I read the whole sentence already.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
But no, I read it in Medu Netcher, and it seems
Oh
like
yeah, you translated yet?
right. It's saying, "Behold, upon raising his voice to his daughter."
Whoa.
Where you get raisin from?
Yeah, you just took
No,
that from the other
sorry.
text. You took-
Sorry. Behold, upon speaking to his daughter.
But I think you're not doing bad, and I'm not one to say something. I just see
I know
you
why you're doing it that
skipping.
way.
You going from behold to, and you saying upon speaking, which is fine. But ain't it something in between those?
Yeah. Yes. The Sioux. So the Sioux is. We just said where it was, right?
What does hair medet mean? Hair medet.
Hemedut upon speaking.
But you don't
I
have
would
to
say
say
upon
upon if it's hair plus an infinitive. I don't think.
Right. So based on what Smash went over yesterday, what would this, because medut here, medet is our infinitive. So what would hair medut or medet mean in this instance?
Will speak.
But you gerund it. You just lose the upon, right, and just say speaking.
No, if you ask me, I would say
I'm
upon.
asking both of y'all.
Literally, I would say upon
Yeah, I
speaking to
think
his
in this,
daughter.
and I think in this sense, it's just saying what he is doing.
He's
So you're
speaking,
beholding him. He is the word. He is speaking the words to his thought to your
but you don't gotta say the
daughter.
words though, do you?
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying in English.
Right.
Yeah, y'all feel you. He's speaking too, right?
Right. Behold
Right.
upon
So he's in the
speaking.
process of speaking. So it's that process thing again in Middle Egyptian. We have hair plus the verb. He's in the process of doing it.
So remember in the process of, because when you say he upon speaking, that process ain't started yet. That's whenever it starts, you're saying your words will be true. But when you say upon, that's like saying upon your arrival.
I'm about to.
Yeah.
You just say I'm
But
about
this
to.
action is this infinitive mean is happening. It's in the process of, right?
Right.
So
Mhm.
he's literally speaking at this time that we're reading it. And when he's speaking to daughter, then I see the TCH, their daughter, or just what?
Her daughter.
Her daughter.
Or your daughter is feminine though.
Mhm.
So I just now, this is so basic, but the confusion between the S for her and the TCH for her, I want somebody to speak to that real quick.
Oh, one is dependent when it's in. So like one is you're talking to. So like the distance is different. So I think so. The TCH is you're talking to your, as in it's not yours. It is what I'm saying. It's not yours. The person who's speaking is not the person who's speaking. Is they talking about the other person who they're speaking to?
You mean it's third person?
Yeah.
Right. So this etch is equivalent. It's equivalent to the masculine ek at the top. So you have mech at the top. That's behold, basically you. And then at the bottom, it's behold you too, but it's feminine.
Okay, so that's feminine singular then.
Right. So mech means your, but not mech means your. The etch means your, but it's feminine.
Okay. So at the end it's still your daughter, but the person they talking to is a woman.
Yeah. It's a woman.
Yes. Like in French, I guess like the best, like the French example.
All right, but that
Like if you're
still would
talking
be
to a woman.
expressed by sot
Yeah.
s, correct?
No,
No,
that's
sot
her.
s would
That's
be
her.
Her
right.
daughter.
That would be her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because that's second person. Wait, her daughter. That's third person. Because second person is your daughter.
Right. This is
Right,
second
right, yeah, yeah,
person
yeah, yeah,
feminine.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so cool.
Her.
Okay,
S
cool.
is
This is
her.
second. Okay, your daughter's
Mm-hmm.
third person. Okay, cool. I got it.
Yeah.
And I mean, trust me, that's something I learned on the first day of Medu Netcher class, and I still be tripping. You feel me? Because sometimes it happen like that. But who's doing this last one? Well, I started since I started, but I think this ooh is actually supposed to be pronounced before that. So we got like uja, which is a this is what I'm saying. This ain't a decree though, or is it a command?
The command of
It is a
knee.
command, huh?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
So the Tati had commanded. I mean, the
Mm-hmm.
vizier had commanded the building of what? Because I'm saying
His
CAD for
house.
this. Am I wrong for saying CAD for this?
Yes,
No, you're
kid.
right. Yeah, you're
Huh?
right.
Yeah, he
Yep, that's kid.
CAD. Then we
And
got
builds the pool
a pool of the
of his
house,
house.
of his house by the field, or in the field of my
My aunt.
dang, in the field of my. Yeah, I could definitely know I got better because I had bumbled over that for like 30 minutes before. But that is wrong. What do we do in the field of my? So he
No, that's right.
decreed. He says it's a fact that I'm just playing, but
Yeah.
he decreed what he has commanded. Now I called this CAD, and I was saying it was the building.
Yeah, you're right, kid. Yeah, that's kid.
So
Yeah,
then, what you
construction
calling
of
this?
build.
What are you
That's
calling
the
this?
pool.
Mer?
Sure. No, sure. Because that's the S.
Yeah,
That's
I
just
see
the
the S, but I don't think that's supposed to be looked at like that. Cause
Yeah, it is. Check. It is.
oh, for
It's
real,
Yeah,
a
just
S
the
so
is a pool
yeah. Yeah, just the capital S, yes.
with nothing else around it.
well
Mm-hmm.
shit. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Yeah,
wrong.
that yeah.
okay. So
The
S,
SH.
so it's S in per F ni shaketi or shaket M some more stuff
Shaketi M
M maat.
Maut. I think that no, I don't think that means truth
Yeah,
here.
Which one?
that's
Which one?
about
Which you don't think that means truth?
Nah,
yeah,
Maut.
that's my
Well,
that's
oh,
not
that got
talking
a
about
ooh. No, that ain't my. He noticed that ooh chick at the end.
Yeah,
yeah.
Maut. In the field of had looked that one up. I don't know what that word means.
Field
No,
of
that's like righteousness
nuh
ish.
because we got the ooh. Watch, it's gonna be some type of field of some type of. No, it ain't a barley. It's something intangible. It might still be my hot, bruh.
That's what I'm saying, is right like righteousness or something.
Yeah, it still might be something like Pooh saying. Even though I got that ooh chick there, that could be the scholar tripping, coming from the high ratted.
So like sometimes like that ooh the ooh chick will like change the semantics of the word a little bit.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Oh, so that's the last thing we should visit, and then I'm gonna let this one be one. I want to get to the section where they talking about the different use of the
It's my ITU Smash.
huh? That was mine to you?
Yeah.
Nah,
It's
man.
possible that when you look at the glyphs might be a little out of order.
Come on,
Maybe
man.
that's
No,
my
it wouldn't, because the T goes before, I guess if you do that way, like moot, if for example, the smaller glyph goes before the taller glyph. They didn't do that there.
Yeah,
so it's my
that's
ITU
Maut.
then.
It's Maut.
Okay, so I'm adding things onto it. Sorry.
Maut.
What's the
Don't
most?
trip. I'm gonna try to find this abstract W stuff, and we can build on that, and then I'm gonna see what my wife's doing. Let me see. Abstract. How y'all? I mean, I know people. We ain't traditionally ones to call it celebrate, but people still eat tomorrow, right? Y'all don't eat tomorrow?
I absolutely do
Oh,
eat.
I was about to
Oh yeah, oh,
say.
yeah.
You feel me? I don't know what some people. I remember when my early conscious stage, I thought you couldn't do nothing. I was
Mhm.
like, oh, I had my household was messed up when I first got woke. It wasn't nothing popping no more. Horrible Christmases and stuff. I don't care what people do no more. I'll be like, I'm not. I remember the kids who couldn't get gifts when I was in elementary school when we was having a holiday, and I wouldn't want my kids being that, bro. Like coming to school, like I don't celebrate that, and that was an excuse for not buying no gifts. But anyway, I'm not going too far with that. I'm looking for one particular this thing about abstract W's, And I'm just looking up by the word abstract. I don't think I'll find it that way. But Joey, I think it was something we was talking about these the use of this double that don't mean plural. So Joey, when we be talking about, see, this say the dependent pronouns. Some of these are some of the ones we was looking at. Look, see.
Yeah, right there.
So you can just
it
grab
was
this
right there.
chart off a screenshot. Like I'm gonna do it in my video about. You can screenshot that
Which
right
book
there.
is that?
Huh?
Which grammar book is that?
This is Hulk, but it's going to be in any book when you come to.
But you know, I
dependent.
have the book. You know,
It's,
I have the whole book. I just have to go and read it because my
But
laptop.
you
My
can
laptop
do
is
it in
jacked
any
up, so I
book. Just
can't
go
read
to
it.
the dependent pronoun series. It'll have to be the same.
Right, but my
But I
laptop
like
is
this
jacked up.
chart for me because I can look at third person and masculine, and I know it's Sue. Now you don't remember when we were seeing Sue in the text.
Yes.
But we would have to, if we familiarize ourselves with this more, then it'll be easy to identify that that's what that is when we see it. I mean, I'm even including myself. I'm not saying just some of this stuff requires memory, and even if you know something, it don't mean everything is dedicated to memory. You know what I'm saying? And so
I think your memory is better than mine. It seems Spanish. But
I
think
got
my
cool
memory is that
long
good.
term. My short term memory would be kind of crazy.
Mine too.
Like if it's real short term, like if you ask what was the last sentence we was just talking about, I probably couldn't even tell you. You know what I'm saying? But over like 2 minutes, I can remember stuff, or a minute. My real short term is crazy though. Like it's just like I could forget something somebody just said, bro. Because
be
like, but you know, you store those thoughts in different places in your brain, right?
Yes, and sometimes I realize as you get older and you learn, your short-term memory is not as good as when you were younger either.
Pardon me?
I said what happens is as you get older, your short-term memory when it comes to learning is not as strong as when you were younger.
But I don't think
You pick up more information when you were younger.
I mean, short-term memory serves a different function. Like, you know what I'm saying? Short-term memory is like being able to dialogue good and to be able to function. But after that conversation is over, those thoughts can go out of your brain. Anything useful that you extract from that conversation is put into your long-term memory anyway. You know what I'm saying? And so that's how the brain works. Like, else it can't store useless information as it will overload. So sometimes it let us dialogue with the short-term memory, and it grab what it thinks is useful and put it in the long-term memory.
I feel this way.
I ain't no doctor, and I'm just saying, y'all read them books that we talking about this shit?
Yeah. And it tells you, and it tells you as you get older and you go through these institutions, and especially if your brain is not accustomed, that just happens when you get older. It says
what? Yeah, they do say that. I mean, but
yeah,
some things
you don't learn as fast as you get older.
Old age can bring forth deterioration because of habits and stuff. But you don't just, I mean, you know, it's not, they shouldn't be attached to each other. You can be 90 and still bright in the brain because you didn't do the things in your life that caused your brain to deteriorate. You know what I'm saying? And so it's not just like, oh, yeah, it does it for the majority of people because the majority of people have habits that affect them over long periods of time. You know what I'm saying? But talk about a person who just live a clean life with not even the beer drinker, and they get into their 90s. Sometimes even people who do substances are still clear in very old age. But that stuff helps you not to be, basically.
But you know what? I started to learn Smash when I was reading more, my memory increased. When I was reading every day and dedicated to reading every day, my memory and my cognitive ability improved. Because I was reading, not just watching TV and YouTube all day.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
But when I learned, when I would read, I stopped trying to dedicate things to my memory, and I would just see what would stick. Like you just throwing stuff at the wall and see, like, because I used to be like, I gotta remember all this. But I said, stop doing that and just see what part of it sticks with you. And I started learning more that way. Because I would wake up the next day like, dang, I remember all this part. I remember all that part. But before I would be trying to force myself through just processes. I mean, honestly, I didn't learn how to learn in grade school. They just threw you in there and said, learn. They didn't say how to learn.
Yeah,
And
but when you but when you're younger, you're geared toward naturally retaining more memories because you're developing. So you just retain everything anyway. You don't have to work at it. But if you're someone like Chris and Jabari who is accustomed to the academic rigor, then your memory will naturally be much better because you're working out your brain all the time to remember things. Unlike
dang, he
me,
got one in here that we ain't talking about. He said the ancient negation W. Oh, you run across that, you ain't gonna know what it meant. The mode of negating so rare that even advanced scholars may not encounter. Example is the word W meaning not. The particle is placed after the perspective sDm.n.f and is used to restrict. The use is restricted to prohibitions. Oh, I'm gonna remember that one, Doc, because we talking about the other uses of this W, and I just wanted to put that out. They say it's very rare that even the most advanced might not even see it. But he gave an example of it here, and you shall not with this damn with the Uchik. Told you, books be having knowledge. I mean, way more.
remove this funeral monument from its place for all time.
Pardon me.
No, I was just reading what the text says. You shall not remove this
Oh
funerary.
yeah. Well, right now I'm just skimming through the book as we, just chill.
I wonder how they figured that out, boy.
Huh?
I wonder if he explains how they figured that out.
It's not just him. I'm pretty sure that you can find that in other people's work, right? But yeah, that is funny because when you got rare instances of stuff, I wonder how you put the scrutiny to it. Like, what other text could you look at to know that you right? I'm late in the book. I'm just clicking through. It's like, oh damn, I only got to the end. It's all
That's why.
good.
That's why I say, Smash. I had to give these scholars some credit because they put a lot of work into doing this.
Yeah, the more you read their works, the more you'll be forced to do that. Well, I didn't see what I was looking for. I wanted to talk about this W, but maybe I'll do that offline and I'll have that for the next show. We'll talk. Or I think I'm gonna have to get out of Hope and go into J.P. Allen to talk about the abstracts.
Did you see the latest grammar book that J.P. Allen was dealing with?
What you mean? That he did another one? Oh, that's the
yes. Yes,
that's
Reggie.
the same book forever, dog. You should.
No. Reggie put
up
a
new one.
Another, yes. And,
yeah, I saw the Spanish version.
Am I tripping? Chris, no. There is a newer one.
No, you're right. It's a third edition, but the one I saw is in Spanish.
Oh, I gotta look that up.
Yeah. You should get in contact with Brother Reggie, and he could probably send it to you because he's the one that introduced it.
I mean, I'll buy one. I'll buy one.
No, I think you can download it for free though. I don't know if they're selling it or not. But I went online.
Yeah, last time I saw it, it wasn't on sale in the US when I looked at it.
Oh, for real? Oh, that's what that's all about. Okay.
Yeah, I was told that he was kind of doing a test run, so he wanted to use the European market first to test it out. I know a woman in this late Egyptian group, and she got a copy of it in Spanish.
You can speak Spanish too, Christopher?
I can read it.
But damn.
Yeah, I can read Spanish. I speak Portuguese, but I can read. So Spanish is a lot easier to read.
Wow.
You be going to Brazil?
It's funny you mentioned that. I ain't been in about 10 years. Yeah, man, I spent a lot of time down in Rio.
That's the only Portuguese I learned was when I was out there. License and for excuse me and I don't know, asking for a license or permission to pass by people.
Yeah, con licencia.
Yeah. I was saying it wrong. I was like, license. They probably knew I was already American. And what else did I remember? But nah, yeah, that's cool. Well, Joy, I can't find this part about these W's right now, but I'm gonna find it. I'll find it at another time. We'll go over that.
Okay. Well, you found something interesting there, so you didn't go through it for nothing.
No, I'm chilling. I had a good time today. I
You
asked
found the
myself,
ancient.
did I want to stream today? And my answer was yes. Oh, I see what's going on. My wife cooking Thanksgiving. That ain't nothing for right now. Now, that's one problem I got. When the food be for like a holiday, it don't be nothing for right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man,
I
don't
just
touch
finished eating
no.
chips. I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you can't touch nothing. I'm like,
Tomorrow's
hold on,
Thanksgiving.
man. What about
I
right
forget
now?
tomorrow's Thanksgiving. Yes, Smash.
So
I've
I'm
been
gonna
living
do
in
my
Trinidad
duty
so
and
long.
order some food, huh? What you
I've been
say?
living in Trinidad so long. I forget tomorrow was Thanksgiving.
Dog, I mean, whatever. If you conscious, you try to act like you don't eat turkey tomorrow.
No, I didn't say that. I just forgot. I'm not lying. And we in Trinidad didn't really celebrate Thanksgiving that much. If I was in the States, I would have, I
You
definitely
ain't
would
in
have.
the States right now?
No, I'm in Trinidad. I'm surprised how many people don't realize
Man, you
that.
change up every time we talk. Sometimes you say
No,
you in Brooklyn and you born in
no,
Trinidad. And
no, no, no,
sometimes
no,
you
no.
say you in Trinidad. Now, my long-term memory ain't bad, bro.
No. I say I was born in Brooklyn, but I live in Trinidad.
Okay. Now I'm going to remember for the next time.
Right. If I was in Brooklyn right now, I'd be saying the same thing you're saying. We're cooking Thanksgiving dinner. I can't be
But
nowhere else.
one time on the show, you was in Brooklyn, right? I know I'm
I
not
might have,
crazy, bro. Huh? When
well,
was your last time being in Brooklyn?
about 4 years ago for my mother's funeral.
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah. That's a
No,
long time.
I talk very fast and I say so much. Sometimes people just get confused.
Yeah, I'll be confused. It's my fault. So I'm
No,
about to go on and push off. That was a cool little one. Yeah, I definitely started about 5 hours ago, and I'm gonna end right about now. I'm gonna keep it up though until we all got. I mean, some of y'all got this stuff dedicated. Chris, you got it dedicated to memory. Pooh, it seems like you got a lot of that stuff that the grammar dedicated to memory too. But that's my goal, to have a lot of these on site when I see it in a museum, like, well, oh, that's that. Answering questions for some of my Egyptologist friends. You feel me?
and this is why, and this is why I say I'm kind of at a loss because you don't have a lot of time to do this, and I'm not qualified to do this. So, and I don't even have my equipment to do it. Or
There
else I
used to
would pay.
be more channels building like this, but they seen it wasn't fruitful. But it's fruitful for me because I just want to congregate. Like I'm in a house hella bored and I don't want to go outside. Feel me? I don't want to go be amongst men in no danger and shit. I just get online and build with y'all.
So when I get hopefully I'll get a laptop in the next month or so. And when I do, I will start back to reading my grammar books.
Well, oh, that's good. But you probably you can do it in your phone too. So don't act like you know what I'm saying.
No, I can't share my screen.
Oh, I feel you. Do you at your rate. It's not nothing. And I appreciate all the contributions. I'm gonna go on and close this down, but thank you y'all for tapping in.
Thank you, Smack.
Word up. Let me see. Yeah, and I'm over here getting his hungry. So yeah, I ain't celebrating no murdering of no damn Indians, but I will be thankful. And I definitely gonna eat. Peace to y'all. Hope it was good. Thanks for tapping in. What's up with Tall God? I'll get back to some other stuff, but I've been on my Medu Netcher lately. Told y'all I was gonna start another semester about this time.